Or the other side. 1, 2, 3, 4, check. English channel. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Turn it up.
No, turn it off.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
I can hear that in here.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Barely.
1, 2, 3.
No, so that's you gotta so you're and then you're going into that so that you're speaking into French.
Well, I'm doing both.
Yeah, you're doing French
And English.
yes, so then that goes into your English.
Okay, hold on a second. You'll have to be more clear for me.
We'll get to that. Let's.
One,
2, 3, 4,
well,
5, 6, 7, 8.
And then let's do the French.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. French. 1, 2. French. 1, 2. French. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. No wonder. 5, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Yeah. No. And then to speak, so you're speaking French. And anytime you're going to speak into English, you press this one over here. So you go into channel 2 for this unit, and that'll be English. So French, English, French, English, French. 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, floor, you're going to hear whatever the feed is in. But if you want to hear the Spanish interpretation, then you select relay and you're going to hear the booth.
Right, but I can hear the Spanish directly from the floor.
That's it. So you don't need to do anything.
There we go. Yeah.
We're doing sound check. One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm on the French channel. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Tu veux être sûr que je puis parler français? Comme ça, on me met pas à la porte avant de commencer. Mais j'ai un écho. I have an echo in my. I'm having my own echoes. That's not normal, right? I'm hearing myself speaking in my headphones. I said that. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Bonjour. Vous allez bien? Tout est en ordre. On est là pour passer une journée bien mais difficile, en espérant faire des changements, en passant les messages. Est-ce que j'essaie en anglais maintenant ou pas? Non? Pas de nouvelles? En français ou en anglais? Ah, j'ai entendu quelqu'un dire quelque chose, mais j'entends très peu là. Je vous entends très mal là. Hello, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Welcome. Thank you for having us. Hopefully we will be up to the task. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Je continue à dire des bêtises, à faire la bienvenue, à remercier tous ceux qui sont venus écouter. Et je continue à dire, à parler. Je cherche mes lunettes. Qu'est-ce que j'ai fait avec les lunettes? Ah, il fait chaud ici. On va être obligé de laisser la porte ouverte. J'espère, là j'entends rien. J'espère qu'on va mieux entendre. Il n'a pas mis zoom. On sort mon truc. Je fais toute la préparation. On met en place le zoom, les câbles. Ah oui, ils ont des... C'est parfait tout ça. Ah, on a un quart d'heure pour commencer. On n'est pas prêt. Alors, on va faire... Est-ce que je dois continuer à parler? Alors ça c'est pas bon. Ah oui, ça c'est bon. Parce que là, je vais avoir du mal. Ouais, ça c'est bon. J'ai super chaud là. Alors, ensuite, on voit rien ici.
Oh, never saw that before.
But I think we have this because we're doing both languages, where everybody else is doing, we just do them together.
Okay, repeat. English, you need the green button on.
So French, like right now, I'm going to start in French. So I'm just on this. When they switch and they're speaking French and I'm interpreting into English, then I have to remember to turn on this button.
Gotcha. Okay. Geez. Into English, we press that one.
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
And obviously, mine has to be off for you. Actually, but
Donc on va changer. Okay, just testing the channel. Can you anybody hear me? Hmm.
One, two, three, four, check. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, check. We'll switch the 1, 2, 3, 4, check. This French boot, French. Yeah, French. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. No, that's English. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Somebody in here wants to have one of the headsets on. That way, when I tap on the glass, give me a test. And you get a hold of the Creole.
well, Danielle, I can log in right now. If you get them to log in, you get the Creole person on Zoom and we can do the test. Shoot, I have to get onto.
Testing. Can you hear me? I can hear somebody. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I'm speaking on the French channel. Can I just do a test to the English channel as well? I'm going to switch to the English channel. Can you hear me now on output on English channel? You can? Okay, testing, continuing to talk. I mean English, French. No, that should be the French channel. This is not clear. It's not confirmed that it's correct. English testing on the French channel. Testing on the French channel. Testing on the English channel. Testing on the English channel. Jeez. Testing on the French channel. En français, oui. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 sur le canal du français. Sur le canal du français, est-ce que vous m'entendez en français? En français, vous m'entendez? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oui, il fait chaud, hein, je pense. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Je vais vérifier quelque chose là. Quand même. Ouais, c'est bon. Non, j'ai changé. Ouais. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Mais il ne me donne pas de confirmation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Sound check on the English channel. On the English channel.
Pour que tu saches, c'est eux qui écoutent là-bas, et c'est César qui est notre liaison.
Oui.
Les trois qui sont vous là, c'est de la commission. Comme tu vois, la fille, elle passe, c'est l'armure sur la tête. Et le mec ne devrait pas faire une prise de face. Mais c'est César qui devrait.
Oui, oui, je voulais qu'il confirme que ça fonctionne, mais elle m'a dit simplement de compter en français, mais elle n'a pas reconnu.
Je pense que s'il ne t'entendait pas, il te l'aurait.
Ok, ok, ok. Ouais. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ok. T'as pu m'envoyer ça? Ok. Ok, merci. Euh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. On part sur le canal du français. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
On a un problème d'interprétation, un problème technique. Vous pouvez nous attendre 5 minutes. On va commencer dans 5 minutes. Un problème avec l'interprétation et on va être sûr que tous ceux qui sont en ligne puissent suivre l'audience. Merci. Un, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 20, 21. marche pas et qu'on essaie de trouver une solution. Et éventuellement, on va essayer la canne en anglais. Je sais pas. Je sais pas si je continue à parler là. Je fais que parler. J'essaie de raconter une histoire. Je suis contente. Oui. Rien. Hier. Ah, hier soir, j'ai rien préparé parce que c'était l'anniversaire de mon neveu et il vient de casser avec sa copine. Donc, les parents, on l'a amené à un dîner d'anniversaire. On a mangé chinois à Chinatown dans un restaurant où on est allé avant, donc on sait que c'est très bon et c'était très bon. C'était trop à manger par contre. On avait trop mangé. Donc, ce matin, c'était pas la peine de manger, mais c'est surtout que je voulais pas prendre le temps.
Quiero pedirle una licencia a la sala para dirigirme mis primeras palabras en un saludo de reconocimiento a las luchas, a los esfuerzos, a la búsqueda y reafirmación de los derechos de las mujeres en todo el mundo.
Dans le monde entier. Notre considération spéciale.
Nuestro objetivo en este mensaje que comparto con los miembros y integrantes de la Comisión Interamericana va dirigido a eso, a reconocer luchas y a saber que tenemos que seguir
have one purpose. I'm sorry. I would also like to greet everybody here with us today in this hearing to participate, to hear this opportunity, this very interesting topic. Thank you very much. The objective, the goal of this hearing is to be able to have all the current information about the situation, the urgent and deteriorating situation of women, and particularly girls and teenagers in Haiti. They are in grave danger, especially their sexual integrity, and there's a particular human crisis and a governance crisis that the country is going through. Without further ado, I will give the floor to the civil society. You may state your name and what organization you represent for our record. Thank you.
Que no se considera la violencia, a pesar de estar muy documentada. Soy
and offer recommendations to address the unabated and intensifying plight of our Haitian sisters. We'll hear first from Corinne Jocelyn, founder and director of the Haiti Women's Collective, then from Rosie Auguste Dosena, legal program manager of Réseau National de Défense des Droits Humains, followed by Yvonne Janvier, professor of law at École Supérieure Catholique de Droit de Jérémie, and finally Pascal Solage, founder of Neges Marron. We draw the Commissioner's attention to the written testimony of two petitioners unable to be present today. COFAVIV, a grassroots organization led by victims of political rape, and the Bureau des Avocats Internationaux, a public interest law firm representing survivors. The solution to remedying these appalling ongoing human rights violations lies precisely in the leadership of such leaders as those before you today. Member states have a duty to champion a Haitian-led rectification of this unfolding tragedy and defer to the self-determination ingrained in grassroots knowledge.
Thank you. Good morning. Today on International Women's Day, I present myself as an individual, the founder of the Haitian Women's Collective, a humanitarian, a feminist, and a daughter of Haiti. In developing my statement, I focused my attention to the IACHR strategic plan, the mission, institutional values, strategic objectives, and expected outcomes. This has allowed me to better develop my statement in reflection of the ongoing crisis in Haiti, with individuals currently living in a daily state of terror, with an absence of justice and little to no human rights. Our organizational partners who lead organizations throughout Haiti represent women and girls who are increasingly vulnerable and living without a functioning state. The state no longer has an elected president, an elected prime minister, or parliament. Because of this, it cannot uphold the IACHR framework, context values of non-discrimination, vested rights, consistency, equality and inclusion, accessibility, or progressiveness. Instead, women and their families, communities are impacted by over 5 years of consistent, increased, oppressive violence and an unstable government that is no longer able to be accountable for or observant of the human rights in the territory. This is visible with the thousands of Haitian residents, women, some who are pregnant, and with their children fleeing in the most dangerous ways to avoid violence. We have seen this in New York, the Dominican Republic, Mexico, and Texas. Without rule of law, women are facing unimaginable circumstances in their lives. The systemic failure of human rights in Haiti has highlighted that violence does not stand alone. It is interrelated and has many facets, including complacency and/or complicit external racist and discriminatory practices that impact the sovereignty, wealth, human rights, and dignity of the Haitian people. Violence is when women have little to no participation or decision-making power in systems of justice or governance. Women and adolescent girls having little to no access to sexual and reproductive health care is a form of violence. A form of violence is when there is limited access to education for women and girls, the absence of economic justice for women to gain autonomy and improve their self-determination is a form of structural violence. Physical violence, which you will hear more about today from my colleagues, rape, gang rape, sexual assault, sex trafficking, and sexual harassment of women and girls without impunity does not stand alone. So what are the needed solutions? In the short term, there is a need to reduce harm. There is an immediate need to stop gun trafficking. This is a human rights issue. Women need access to a functioning justice system without corruption. Women who are victims of sexual violence have to have confidence that the system will work for them. Make no mistake, the justice system in Haiti has well-written laws, rules, regulations, and processes. At this time, it is not functional. In fact, Supreme Court judges were recently illegally appointed by the current de facto Prime Minister. Those who rape women are given a free pass to continue without any consequences. There is an immediate need for humanitarian assistance and results-based increased protection and defense of victims. The history of interventions in Haiti speaks for itself. It is our hope as women, leaders, and those that love Haiti that solutions of fundamental change to address the imbalance of power, allowing women to live without violence and to enjoy their human rights is the end goal. This, in fact, without question or confusion, is the role of the government of Haiti, which is absent here today. Long-term, institutions and systems such as CIDH should listen to, engage, and bring diverse Haitian women, including poor women living in precarious situations, to the table in a participatory manner to identify solutions to increasing violence. There is an established women and girls movement in Haiti to build on and participate in the recommendations and reinforcement of policies in Haiti. Together with the state, already established effective systems and new ideas should be enhanced, strengthened, and led by women. Thank you.
Mesdames, Messieurs, les membres de la commission. Oh, keep on mind. Okay, thank you. Mesdames, thank you very much. Mesdames, Messieurs, les membres de la Commission interaméricaine des droits de l'homme, au vu de l'article 1er de la Déclaration américaine des droits et devoirs de l'homme, tout être humain a droit à la vie, à la liberté, à la sécurité et à l'intégrité de sa personne. Pourtant, sous le regard indifférent des autorités étatiques, nous, femmes haïtiennes, sommes battues, violées par nos conjoints. Nos filles subissent toutes sortes de sévices sexuels de la part de leurs enseignants, de la part de membres de famille ayant autorité sur elles ou par tout autre homme fréquentant la maison. Aucune protection ne nous est non plus accordée à nous qui vivons avec une déficience sensorielle, physique ou mentale. En moyenne, 7 d'entre nous sont victimes par jour en Haïti de violences basées sur le genre. Dans les quartiers défavorisés, nous évoluons dans la négation de notre droit à un niveau de vie supérieur.
Gangs who, under the guise of hegemonic struggles, defend political, electoral, and economic interests. During these clashes, we are murdered in the same way as men, and we are also victims of gang rape. In La Saline, in November 2018, 11 of us were raped. In the Cité Soleil, in July 2020, 18 were raped. Plaine du Cul-de-Sac, April 2022, 19 of us were raped, of which 17 were subsequently executed. Village Noailles, October 2022, 4 of us were raped. And at Source Maîtresse, in November 2022, 32 of us were raped. These victims are not exhaustive, but each of their stories proves that our bodies are a real battlefield. The leaders of gangs consider it their prerogative to use us as they please because we live in their fiefdom, so that we are raped by members of rival gangs. It is a defeat for the former and a victory for the others. When we have to move because of these armed conflicts, we are pursued in the spaces where we take refuge, only to be raped again and again. We are also violated or raped on national roads, on the asphalt, in full view of everyone. We are also among the 15 people kidnapped every day on average in Haiti, not only to be kidnapped for ransom, but also to be raped or threatened with rape in such detail that we often experience aggression without even suffering it. By anticipation. Ladies and gentlemen, in the entire country, there is only one prison for women and girls. In the other 18 functional prisons in the country, functioning, the separation of detainees is done only by cells. As a result, we remain accessible to the male detainees who insult us, threaten to get hold of us and rape us with every confusion that may arise or disorder, every escape attempt, and so on. The 27th of February 2023, 86% of us were incarcerated and awaiting trial, and in violation of Article 25 of the American Declaration of the Rights and Duties of Man, which states that everyone has the right to humane treatment during detention. We have no recreation, no access to recreational activities, no access to necessary hygienic products or medical care according to our needs. Our cells, prison cells, are very poorly lit and they're not ventilated. We are exposed to contagious diseases like agol, gretelle, tuberculosis, and worst of all, we spend up to 15 years in prison without access to a trial. Ladies and gentlemen, contrary to Article 3 of the Convention of Belém do Pará in Brazil, which states that women have the right to live in a general atmosphere free from violence, the horror of Haitian women and girls is a daily occurrence. It's because Haiti represents an extremely dangerous space for us that, before you today, we ask that you recommend to the Haitian state to make every effort to strengthen the capacity of the Haitian police with the aim of reducing widespread insecurity and to protect women and girls. Bring the Haitian judiciary to investigate the massive human rights violations perpetrated continuously in Haiti, to reduce unlawful and arbitrary pretrial detention, particularly for women and girls. Finally, we ask the Commission to conduct an in loco visit to learn about the human rights situation in general and that of persons deprived of their liberty in Haiti. Thank you. I am available for your questions.
Sarah.
Dear members of the Commission, my predecessors, my colleagues have already pointed out to you that Haiti has one of the highest rates of gender-based violence in the world. According to the combined reports, out of every 10 Haitian women and girls, 3 to 4 experience some form of violence in their lifetime. However, for my part, I would like to call your attention to the VBG against women and girls, facilitated above all by the weakness and corruption of the Haitian judicial system. However, without neglecting the other categories of victims, my advocacy focuses on these women and girls who are already discriminated against, stigmatized, and marginalized because of their precarious economic condition. I am talking about these girls and women from slums and rural areas who, in addition to being deprived of basic social services, are denied equal access to justice in Haiti. To illustrate our remarks, we take documented cases in one of the regions of the country where I work as a lawyer, the Department of Grandance, with the main city being Jérémie. A report, however not exhaustive, produced in January of 2023 by the Chain of Protection in this aforementioned department documented 149 cases of rape just for the year 2022. Among the victims, we account for 16 women aged between 18 and over, and 131 girls between 3 and 17 years old. That is a percentage of 89% of minors. Among these cases are victims whom we have assisted legally. This is the case of a young teenager raped in the city of Corail by 14 young boys, and the only one of whom was apprehended by the courts was then released without trial. This is also the case of this minor raped in the city of Dannemarie by a married man, and whose images have invaded the social networks. This is still the case of this young woman raped with her mother under cover of night by armed and masked men. Despite formal complaints and denunciations, Haitian justice has remained passive, paralyzed by 3 major handicaps: corruption, inefficiency, and the lack of resources allocated to the sector by the Haitian state. The result is a low rate of prosecution and conviction of the perpetrators, creating a culture of impunity across the country that tends to normalize what is unacceptable. Now these women and girls are all at the mercy of armed gangs. This is further evidence of the need for urgent and effective action to end violence against women and girls in Haiti. However, according to the state commitments to the CIDH, the safety of these victims should be ensured by the international human rights instruments, including, among others, those that are available among the Convention of Human Rights. The Haitian government has the responsibility to ensure that women and girls can live free from violence and discrimination, and to hold the perpetrators accountable for their actions. So we ask the Commission to urge the Haitian state to take immediate steps to strengthen the justice system, increase resources for support services for survivors, and put in place comprehensive measures to prevent and respond to violence towards women and girls. Finally, we call on the Commission to closely monitor through the Special Rapporteur the situation in Haiti, and potentially to hold the government accountable, the Haitian government accountable for violence against women and girls by virtue of the violation of the Haitian state of the principle of due diligence of international law intended to protect human rights. My colleagues and I stand with the women and girls of Haiti who experience violence and demand justice and redress for all the survivors. Ladies and gentlemen of the Commission, we must not isolate the reality of women from the global context that Haiti is experiencing today. These realities are the direct consequences of the anti-feminist policies applied in Haiti, which are reinforced by the bad government, the weakening of institutions, corruption, and impunity. They are the consequence of the foreign policy of the international community, which continues to support leaders who work for the destruction of the Haitian people. Haiti is currently facing an unprecedented level of violence and insecurity, as mentioned by my colleagues. Between May 2022 and March 2023, only Négresse Mawan, the feminist organization I represent, received in 4 areas controlled by armed gangs, La Saline, Cité Soleil, Saint-Martin, and Bel Air, 652 cases of women and girls victims individually raped or gang raped. Of these cases, there are 9 women who were murdered, 14 women became pregnant as a result of the rape, and 8 women had complications following unsafe abortions, because I'm going to remind you that it's illegal in Haiti, and 19 women contracted sexually transmitted diseases. So the story of violence is in Haiti is the story of Katina, 33, who's a mother of 3 who was gang raped and contracted syphilis, but she also saw her 9-year-old daughter who was gang raped in her presence. It's also the story of Jenny, 26 years old, who suffered a gang rape following which she became pregnant. Jenny had an unsafe abortion, which caused her severe complications, and she can never again have children. It's the story of Jesula, kidnapped, confined, beaten, and raped for several days before her 2 cousins were murdered in her presence and their bodies thrown in the garbage. Thousands of women are displaced within their own country, or they're obliged to move to other countries, which expose them to further violence, exploitation, discrimination, and poverty. For example, we have seen the humane treatment suffered by pregnant women in the Dominican Republic or on the border of the United States or other frontiers here in the United States. Haitian women are also hard hit by the current economic crisis, which hits them disproportionately with inflation of more than 30%, 128% increase in the price of fuel just last year by the Haitian government, and the impossibility for women in the formal commercial sector to move freely in the country for their income-generating activities. Haitian women are increasingly poor, even though they are alone responsible for more than 60% of single-parent families. This economic crisis makes women even more vulnerable, more exposed to violence in a context where they already had less access to resources and opportunities. In this context of crisis, women have less and less access to the services that are essential to them: education, justice, protection, but mainly sexual and reproductive health care, while the maternal and infant mortality rate in Haiti is the highest in the region of Latin America and the Caribbean. Women have also seen the achievement of struggles for their rights as citizens drastically diminish. The participation of women in politics increasingly difficult in this climate of violence, corruption, and the erosion of democracy. Therefore, the political and feminist activist Antoine Duclair was assassinated in June of 2021, and activists like me and my colleagues are forced to leave Haiti to protect their lives and those of their loved ones. The critical situation of Haitian women that I have just described require urgent action, both on the part of the Haitian government, and who is unfortunately not present here today, and on your part at the level of the Commission, which is why we make the following recommendations. An on-site visit by the Special Rapporteur on Gender-Based Violence in Haiti, a specific survey on violence against women in Haiti and the publication of a related report, the extension of the precautionary measures taken in 2010 in favor of Haitian women to all victims registered since this period, and the transfer of the file from Haiti to the American Court of Human Rights. And finally, measures of the Commission to require the Haitian state to implement the Inter-American Conventions and tools for the protection of Haiti women and girls ratified by Haiti. Thank you.
Unos minutos extras que vamos a ver cómo lo recuperamos en la próxima vuelta. Vamos a darle inmediatamente la palabra, la presentación vía virtual a la ilustre representación del Estado de Haití. Hacemos la conexión. ¿Estamos listos?
Du règlement intérieur de la Commission interaméricaine des droits de l'homme,
The International Commission of the Rights of Human Rights, and following the directives of the Commission, the civil society organizations have presented to the Commission about sexual violence, the general climate of sexual violence suffered by women and girls in Haiti. And so to support their requests, we have assembled this session, and we collectively affirm that women who suffer from rape and sexual violence, just good audio, this is having the effect of damaging the general quality of civil society.
n'est jamais resté indifférent face à ces atrocités. Même s'il reconnaît que les efforts ne sont pas suffisants, tenant compte de cette réalité, il réitère le soutien de la communauté internationale en vue d'apporter une amélioration aux problèmes sécuritaires que connaît la République d'Haïti. Pour faire lumière sur les faits que ces organisations lui ont reprochés, le gouvernement profite de cette audience pour dresser un état de ces différentes interventions en faveur des femmes et des filles face au viol et violences sexuelles commis par les gangs et les actions entreprises
Tenemos algunos problemas de conexión.
The Creole instructions and the interpretation for this one. This one's possible.
Il faut préciser que le gouvernement a toujours fait de son mieux pour assister les femmes et filles victimes des activités des gangs par le truchement du ministère à la condition féminine et au
para el beneficio.
Le démarrage des travaux de révision de l'avant-projet de loi
The situation of sexual violence, the climate of sexual violence against women and girls. We are developing a policy for gender equity for women in the UFH of 2020, a national action plan, and we have developed a plan for a campaign, the 2017 to 2020. The violations of women's rights has also been defended since 2014. Contrary measures and legal constraints as regards medical services, the government is aware that there are issues of mental health and the lack of services, and this makes the situation rather difficult. People, women who have undergone sexual violence are obliged to move often from their residence in order to get access to medical care, because the gangs have established survey points to observe the movement of these women. In 2020, the number of women noted by the government as victims rose significantly, and the MSPP is responsible for the care of the victims to avoid infection by HIV. The government has also established measures, EST and EST, in order to constrain the conditions and in a positive sense, and to provide access to justice and the court system. The Ministry of Justice has loss of audio, just temporary, no audio coming through.
We have lost.
Good.
English.
Good afternoon, and thank you. I do welcome the International Commission and the civil society entities that have participated. I am representing Mbituma Kakolo. I have asked to be present at this session in the interests of the defense of human rights. I am here to give oral testimony to the Commission so as to give material evidence and not to plead any particular cause. I am concerned with the overall interests of the United Nations. To begin with, I would like to render homage to honor the victims of sexual violence and those people who are survivors of sexual violence. Honorable Commissioners, in Haiti, sexual violence and also group rape are used as a strategy for terror, to spread terror, to control the local. Poor quarters, and particularly those who live in areas controlled by gangs are particularly exposed to the sexual violence of these gangs. So people in vulnerable social situations, for example, people have been displaced by local disasters. The Office of the United Nations in Haiti and the report by the Commission on Human Rights has noted the use of gangs to transgress rights in order to spread terror and the impact of sexual violence. So we would like to point out that during these attacks, there have been many other forms of violence, and these are useful for the groups perpetrating these actions. So certain people who live in this area are raped by several people during the day in public, and sometimes evidence of this, videos are sent of these rapes, are sent to the families in exchange or to negotiate their liberation from the kidnapped state. So the gangs place some of their officers or soldiers in certain points along the road at control stations, and they do this to maintain and strengthen their control of movement. The women, therefore, are obliged to negotiate these difficulties, and they must suffer this sort of terrible imposition. They need, therefore, protection. On the other hand, or in addition, the question of sexual violence by the gangs needs to be controlled. Given the prevalence of sexual violence related to gangs in Haiti, we ask or we suggest various measures, such as the logistic constraints in order to respond to these incidents, and the launching of a system officially based in order to coordinate a response to these urgent matters and to improve the coordination and general public confidence in the system Furthermore, the legal dispositions and the presentation of a medical.
It's not a pre-existing condition, but in the practice, to be able to gain justice, it's very unlikely. This situation is very
Furthermore, the medical personnel have been directly attacked by the gangs, and also this reduces the availability of resources for the victims. Health service units have a very difficult time in getting access to zones controlled by the gangs. So our report also suggests
so in terms of the to express their engagement and the voluntary
to promote the rights of men in relation to the efforts of the Haitian government. Also referring to the 20th of October 2022, the declaration of the Security Council of the United Nations, which published a resolution number 26.53, which established an embargo against traveling and the control of the identity of people who perpetrate actions menacing or threatening to security. The resolution considers or states that sexual violence by gangs is the controls against that are absolutely inadequate. After the publication of this resolution, certain states imposed bilateral economic embargoes on the activities of the gangs. Given the high incidence of sexual violence, it's absolutely urgent that the Haitian authorities against sexual violence
connected.
I want to know if from the capital they're connected as they were before. I want to give them the opportunity to continue with the presentation. We're going to give them a few more minutes if it's possible. There's no audio.
We can hear you.
Nous vous entendons. If you can hear me now, if we can continue with the presentation. I am going to continue the presentation where
Yes,
on
we can
vous
hear you.
écoute. So now we are in the access phase. To be able to access the justice system, the Ministry of Justice of the Republic of Haiti, we have to put the public action in movement to perpetrators or co-perpetrators of these actions. So this is a form of violence towards the girls. The government is not allowing in the medical centers the women and children who are victims of sexual violence, and to give them the results of the analysis to be able to prove the cases of sexual violence. The government envisions the creation of a judicial cell, to give instructions that are not older than 3 months, for the reception of the files of sexual violence. And we need a majority of women to take care of these cases. This needs to be passed on and given the medical certification that is given to the victim by whichever doctor. Did we lose the connection? So the creation of a document talking about the interdictions of the Haitian government and the CIDH. We thank you for having this hearing and to be able to give light to the thematic that has been presented by the civil societies of Haiti. So the utilization of sexual violence by the gangs, it's not addressed adequately because this breaks the social fabric that is already fragile for the Haitian society in the years to come, and affects the stability, the possibility of sustainable development in the future. The government is going to do the best that they can to face this problem, which is connected to sexual violence. However, the path that we need to follow is still very long because the areas occupied the gangs are places where the perpetrators and the violators can hide and be free of impunity. Because the national police, without any means, these gangs are heavily armed, and this explains and justifies the crisis of intervention international that is being made by the government and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in October of 2022. So we count on the support of CIDH and the Organization of Inter-America OEA, sorry. The Haitian government reaffirms their desire to take in account the report of human rights that has been
hacer seguimiento a cualquier caso de violencia sexual que se presente.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias por haber podido, por lo menos,
establecer la comunicación. Creo que hemos recibido una información muy valiosa por parte de ambas partes y en esta oportunidad, siguiendo el desarrollo
the hearing, we are going to give the opportunity to the Commission so that we can have this moment of exchange, which is very enriching for the monitoring of the situation that is very critical. It's very strong, very clear. I'm going to give the first word to the reportership of the country, Estado Galón. Thank you very much, Ms. President. A very welcome to my colleagues, commissioners, and all the women who are present today and that follow us on social media on this International Day of the Woman. I would like to initiate and thanking the representatives of the civil society for the presentation that they have made. A presentation that is real, terrible from all points of view in terms of human rights. They have spoken about several themes, about violence and the increase of violence, domestic violence and sexual without impunity, of violence, of group violence,
Adicionalmente, la situación de Haití en un contexto de hambre generalizada, de graves deficiencias al sistema de salud, de un colapso al sistema educativo y de una disminución de oportunidades económicas, sin duda alguna, es el contexto que mencionan ustedes en una frase de su intervención y es un estado constante de terror, de miedo, de sufrir en cualquier momento una situación de violación a los derechos humanos de mujeres, de niñas. Y sin duda alguna, pues la Comisión, ya desde el año 2019, puso su atención precisamente en una audiencia temática
sobre la impunidad y la violencia contra las mujeres en Haití. También me correspondió como relator junto con mis colegas trabajar en el informe de país de la situación de los derechos humanos en Haití del año 2022, donde en uno de los apartados se habla de la alta incidencia de la violencia de género en mujeres y niñas desplazadas, incluyendo el abuso y la explotación sexual. También la Comisión emitió una resolución importante 02/2021 sobre la protección de las personas haitianas en movilidad humana, haciendo un llamado a la solidaridad interamericana. Los estados de la región deben incorporar una perspectiva de género para mitigar el impacto desproporcionado del desplazamiento forzado de mujeres y niñas, quienes enfrentan un mayor riesgo de sufrir violencia de género. Y por último, en otros instrumentos, en la medida cautelar 433/22, recientemente la Comisión otorgó medida cautelar a una defensora de derechos humanos quien sufre amenazas y riesgo a su vida por denunciar la violencia sobre la mujer. Sin duda alguna, aunque la Comisión ha venido trabajando de manera muy fuerte, se necesita una voz más potente de la Comisión para señalar la gravísima situación de Haití. Tenemos que hacer más de lo que hemos hecho. Se necesitan, como ustedes bien mencionan, medidas inmediatas que impidan el daño, que impidan mayores violaciones que se sufren a diario con escenarios de 15 secuestros al día. Eso tiene que ser denunciado en el continente y hacer un llamado a la asistencia humanitaria, hacer un llamado para que existan los mecanismos de defensa de derechos humanos con todo el apoyo de la comunidad internacional. El objetivo debe ser uno: las mujeres y niñas deben vivir libres de violencia y cualquier acto de violencia no debe quedar en impunidad. Y para eso se necesitan medidas urgentes, inmediatas, apoyo internacional y que el Estado cumpla con la debida diligencia en la implementación de estas medidas urgentes que se puedan llevar a cabo con ayuda internacional. Tomo nota también de la petición de la visita in loco, del monitoreo especial que fue requerido, de las medidas preventivas que la Comisión pueda adoptar y sobre esa base el compromiso del Pleno de la Comisión está en ello y daremos seguimiento a las peticiones que han hecho. Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much for your participation. On the human rights theme, I would like to send a message here to the women and girls of Haiti who are survivors. We want to tell you that we are with you. We are here to speak about sexual violence against women and all girls in Haiti. I would like to address this issue of the human rights of women, and I would like to express my own personal commitment to support you. It's just not just today only.
Sexual violence as a violent crime. We are talking about a crime committed by
Commission expresses its commitment toward its eradication, and we also talk about not only about the act of violence, but also the consequences and the pregnancies and the children that are born as a result of these. The solidarity resolution that we have issued must include other elements. I would like to highlight sexual violence perpetrated by people not from Haiti, but those who travel supposedly to help, and they end up also being a part of the problem. In addition to the in-country visit that you have requested, and I also appreciate the state being present, but I believe it's necessary to declare an emergency of sexual violence in Haiti. This is not casual. We must declare this state of emergency nationwide so that the eyes of the international community are
Desde la Comisión Interamericana nos comprometemos a seguirles acompañando en este tema ahora y siempre. Merci beaucoup. Gracias, comisionada.
C'est un mouvement qui a été actif et responsable et qui a répondu aux situations pour défendre les femmes.
Porque esas actividades
conllevan grandes riesgos.
L'esprit général de
And that the current moment, of course, builds on all previous moments of the historically marginalized people of Haiti who dared to fight for and claim their freedom. So that's the history, but we also have the contemporary marginalizations compounded by all of the natural disasters that Haiti has suffered, whether it's earthquakes or, the hurricanes. So now we have the moment where we seem to have state failure or state breakdown in an extreme form. And one of you all referred to that earlier when you talked about the weak state, the absence of a parliament, the absence of elected senior officials, and the consequences that state breakdown would have for the functioning of the public sector, including the police and the judiciary and social services, which were already fragile before this current moment. So I see all of that to say, if we start off with that's the context. I really understand the recommendations that you have given, and I agree with all of them. And I certainly think that the Commission has to, and I know under the leadership of Commissioner Rallon, to focus in hard on Haiti and not only speak about standards, but speak about practical ways to realize the standards so that the lives are changed for everyone in Haiti. So we speak about, and I think it was a professor who spoke about the three factors that explain the impunity, talked about inefficiency, corruption, and lack of resources. And in that context, of course, the gangs are in control of lots of territory, and women are on the front, and girls are on the front line. And I'm glad that you did the disaggregation of who are those being affected. I think across the life cycle, women are vulnerable to sexual violence, or targets, let's call them our targets for sexual violence. But certainly there's a particular vulnerability of young girls. And for every report that you all mentioned there are many others who would not have reported. because of course sexual violence is underreported significantly everywhere, and certainly in Haiti where there's no functioning state necessarily for people to go to, maybe in rural communities or far-flung communities, there's no one to report to. So I think we have to think about that. Whatever we know, we don't know as the same amount or more to start off there. So I guess I want to ask us, to challenge us to think together when you're asking the Commission what we can do practically to move the agenda forward, to move the implementation of standards forward. In the context of this extremely fragile state moment, a lot of the recommendations that you've given us are focused on the states. Police should, judiciary should. So it's a bit of a conundrum. How does the women's movement and civil society, human rights defenders in Haiti, and I'm a little bit off the topic, but I think it's a condition of us getting to the topic. What are your recommendations of this moment of what the Commission can do, not only around sexual violence, but generally speaking, the stabilization of the democracy and the rule of law?
On est pour nous capables et faire démocratie vin retourner dans le pays. Est-ce que qu'on sorte de recommandations que nous t'avons pour commission ta pensée de lui et que tout et spécialement de relations pour nous parler de représentatif, nous t'étendons en pile de ça que l'État t'a essayé de faire et que tout pour nous parler de ça que t'as voulu faire. Mais on y a l'autre punition tout, il y a l'autre bagaille tout qui te parlé et que n'a pas.
Pour un plan définitif pour investiguer.
Y de esta manera poder
Dans le passé, tant que moun sa yo qui subit violence sexuelle ça
lamento mucho los problemas técnicos que hemos tenido. Teníamos interpretación en inglés, francés y lamento mucho. Porque quiero dirigir.
Call attention to the address or the intervention, the presentation by Jean Fallier, and to the Commission of the Inter-American Commission of Human Rights. And I would like to say publicly that we are ready, we of the CIDH are ready to participate. We can organize sessions and a meeting in Haiti. As soon as you permit it or wish it, we need to talk about these issues. And I would also like to recognize the civil society representatives who have brought us critical case studies and critical observations. Thank you so much for your contribution. And we realize and we're convinced that the viewpoint of women must be taken into account directly in international forums, and we need to think about Haiti with a feminist perspective and with a gender equity-based perspective. Thank you for your criticisms, your constructive criticisms, and so thank you, and for being here and speaking to us with that clarity and based on personal experience. So thank you, Mrs. President.
C'est une panoramique d'une trajectoire
sous problème yo pour nous représenter.
plus profonde sur le genre est
was requested by several civil society organizations for the Center for Reproductive Rights, Creola, Annis Institute of Biotica, Special Rapporteur on the Human Rights of Sexual Reproductive Health of the Human Rights Platform, the Latin American and Caribbean Committee for the Defense of Women's Rights, CLADEM of Brazil, and IPAS. My name is Margaret May Macaulay. I'm the president of the Inter-American Commission of Human Rights, and I am joined in this hearing by the first vice president, Esmeralda Oresemina de Troitino, Commissioner Joel Hernandez, and Commissioner Julissa Mantilla, she is the rapporteur for Brazil and for women's rights. Also present at the hearing are the Executive Secretary, Tanya Renaud, the Deputy Executive Secretary for Monitoring, Maria Claudia Polido, the Executive Secretary for Petition and Cases, Jorge Mesa, the Special Rapporteur on Economic, Social, Cultural, and Environmental Rights, Soledad Garcia Manos, and the Special Rapporteur of Freedom of Expression, Pedro Garcia. Is it? No. Vaca. Oh dear. We didn't know you were going to be here. You're not in the records. So I start with a cordial greeting to the requesting organization and the representatives of the state who are here, and all those who are joining us online virtually. And I welcome all the members of the audience here present with us this morning. Let me now explain the time allotted, and I hope we can keep within time. It makes our lives much easier. Civil society, 18 minutes. The state, 18 minutes. The commission, 18 minutes. You see, fair, we're fair. And comments after, final comments, civil society, 9 minutes. The state's final comments, 9 minutes. And the commission's final observations, 3 minutes. So, before I start and commence, may I wish all of us here present happy International Women's Day. We will be having a special session for it at 12 o'clock, and I hope you will be present. Thank you very much. I now invite presentation. Thank you.
Bom dia, estimadas comissionadas e comissionados. Agradecemos a oportunidade de participar na presente audiência nesse Dia Internacional da Mulher.
My name is authorized presentations regarding the reproductive and rights of women. That is two example cases that happened in Santa Catarina and Piauí, in 2 states. These cases illustrate the case no access in case of sexual violence against women that represents violence and racial and discrimination that affects disproportional black girls in vulnerability and
could you hold on
poverty.
a moment, please? There is some problem. Because I
Pode deixar
think
para o momento. Tem
either
algum...
you're speaking too fast for the
Okay.
interpreter or there is a constant breakup. It's not.
Speaking, 1, 2, 3. Speaking.
So can we try again?
Vamos tentar de novo. Let's start again.
Bom dia.
Bom dia. Good
Estimadas
morning,
comissionadas e comissionados,
commissioners,
agradecemos a
women and men.
oportunidade
We
de
take the opportunity
participar na
to
presente
participate in
audiência.
the
O
present
meu nome é
conference.
Beatriz
My name
Gaio,
is Beatriz Gaio,
represento o
and I
IPAS e o
represent
CADEM
IPAS
Brasil.
in
O
Brazil.
objetivo
The
dessa audiência é
objective
fornecer
of
informações
this
atualizadas
hearing
à
to offer
Comissão sobre a situação dos direitos
updates
sexuais e
regarding the
reprodutivos, a partir
reproductive
de dois
and the
casos
rights
exemplares
from two
ocorridos
example
nos
cases
estados
that
de
happened in the
Santa
states
Catarina
of
e
Santa
Piauí.
Catarina and Piauí.
Tais casos ilustram
Such
padrão
cases
sistemático
show a systematic lack of access of the right in case of the against girls and violence and discrimination, racism, structural racism in situations, and that affects black girls in situations of poverty and vulnerability. Despite the repeal of norms and ordinances that add barriers to access the legal abortion recently the Brazil state still does not take effective measures to guarantee full access to health care for girls to offer the legal abortion for the victims of rape who had seek service at more than 22 weeks of gestation, according to current legislation. Some states lack referral service, and in other, most services are not available in capital cities, mainly in the that leave girls and women, indigenous or resident of the rural areas, without access. The number of hospitals that offer illegal abortions reduced significantly since the COVID-19 pandemic. In particular, pregnant girls under 14 years of age encounter numerous barriers to access service like information, means, and to access this service of abortion. And they have lack of autonomous decision in their security in life plans. In addition to respective legislation, a few exceptions for access to health care due to the criminalization of procedures, its harmful impact on the human rights and women and girls as a systematic deficit in the protection of human rights due to the failure of state institutions to guarantee access to health care and justice, particularly for victims of sexual violence. Forced pregnancy due to the lack of access of legal abortion in these cases is a situation equivalent to torture. We would like to emphasize that even though we talk about women and girls in this hearing, this directive of rights, it also goes to men in nominal people. And then I put the word for Catalina Martinez. Comissionários, representação do Estado, vou fazer uma intervenção em espanhol.
I'm Paula Rice, journalist from Porto Catarinas. Our journalistic coverage shows that the effects of the criminalization go against the rights, fundamental rights of the women, Brazilian women. These consequences extend to the denial of the proceeding when this is guaranteed by law. The last 2 years, we denounced situations that are grave in relation to the right to abortion involving children who are rape victims. Some of the cases more important what occurred in June of 2022 when the judge and DA told an 11-year-old girl to give up on abortion. The journalistic announcement had national repercussion and impacted directly so that it was realized the abortion of the child. However, besides that, our professional exercise has been the target of investigative proceedings that were initiated by the legislative department of Santa Catarina. An inquisition was created, a CPI of abortion, to criminalize and intimidate, among other professionals, journalists who told on the case. The federal government itself, at the time, determined that there was supposed to be a medical investigation of journalistic vehicles to guarantee the rights. We observed that the authority rights, the public servants, it wasn't just on denying the reproductive rights of the children, but also to censor and go against the journalists who were given public information guaranteeing that about violation of the human rights. The instrument, the secret of justice, for example, has been used as in bad faith, not only to protect the privacy of the victims as it should be, but as a barrier to impede the violations of the human rights come to the public. There are other cases that show this relation between censorship and press, the censorship to the press, and the lack of protection of human rights that are fundamental to the girls, as it occurred in the state of Piauí, where the justice prohibited the reportage about the girl P, the case that was mentioned in the documents in this committee. About the case of the girl P, I read the report of from the researcher from the Organization Against Feminicide. She couldn't come over because she couldn't get a visa on the right time to come to this hearing. About the case of the girl in Piauí with 12 years, showed the sexual violence, but also institutional by the imposition of barriers to deny the access of legal abortion from the Brazilian state. Today, this child finds herself in a shelter of a private initiative taking care of another child, resulting from the first rape, when it was abandoned by the state. That didn't even put her aside from the distance her from the rapist, according to legislation in Brazil. The first one was archived, and this rapist was not punished. The girl had to abandon the school to take care of another child. The exams of DNA proved that there was the uncle who was responsible for the violence. The familiar was also a suspect of a second rape and a pregnancy. She lived in a rural zone of a family of extreme social vulnerability. She gave birth first at 10 years old, and she was abandoned by the state of her paternal grandmother, along with the rapist. Only now he was imprisoned. There was no right to a legal abortion. She has no access to it, even expressing the desire to interrupt the pregnancy and go back to school. Even though it wasn't necessary, according to the legislation, to have a judicial authorization was done, but the proceeding wasn't done. Once again, the child was obligated by the state to go ahead with the second pregnancy against her will. Besides the grave situation of her mental health, with an episodes of crisis of anger and auto-mutilation. The agents of state of Piauí are responsible for not following the law and disrespect of the human rights. For by action, by omission, for using false information to put fear and have the girl to give up on the legal abortion and to force her to keep the pregnancy besides the risk to her physical and mental health. We also tell the public defensorship and a public defender for the fetus, and then public ministry of the state. When the day of the legal abortion, they convinced the girl to give up on the proceeding. And we also emphasize that all the state organs, state departments, they didn't take the proper channels to protection of the rights of the girl, and we had no satisfactory answer according with all the facts they were told on. They were the juvenile court, ministry, federal ministry, the public defender of the state of POE, secretary of state of health, the council of justice, among others. Thanks to this commission for this opportunity for the International Day of the Women, especially. Here is Laiz da Silva. Good morning, commissioned, and all the people who are with us. My name is Laiz da Silva Zacarias, the black women Criolla, situated in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Last few years, there was a few more processes there, inequity of sexual and reproductive rights with the patriarchal rights. In the LGBTQI, the aggravated in the COVID-19 pandemic, and it goes besides it. I bring 2 points to contribute to this hearing. The mortality of maternity is inevitable, and the sexual violence. In Brazil, there's a lack of attention to the pregnant women. During the pandemic of COVID-19, the authorities of health didn't do the technical norms of conduct and orientations in the proper time. There was also an interruption and refutal in the reproductive rights, including the assistance of the legal abortion. With that, 1/3 of the pregnant women with COVID weren't able to access intensive care, and they were not immediately taken away from work. And the black women are in the bigger situation of vulnerability, distant from the reproductive justice because of the racism. In the same perspective, the experience of the racism and the intersections of it's insufficient in the access to the health services by the victims of sexual violence. In Brazil, each 8 minutes a person is a victim by this rape, and the biggest part of survivals are from the female sex. About 85.7% of this, 52% are black women, and 57.9% are 13-year-old girls and women who see themselves obligated to take the pregnancy to the end. In 84.1% of the cases, the author of the crime was known to the victim, was a member of the family, a person of trusting person. They was notified. This type of crime increased. It got increased in the conservative wave and the culture of violence against the black women. And this, as it was commented here, the moment is still of insecurity to implement the rights of sexual and reproductive rights. Here goes the alert for the backtracking of the reparation of the situation that the girls and black women live. We needed to accompany, to follow up, and search for solutions to implement the laws and public politics.
Good morning, representatives of the state and everybody's represent. My name is Javier Alejandro, and I represent the Institute of Medicals, and I bring all my partners in face of the state of Brazil. We request that adopt this structure, but to finish with these reproductive laws, that the state of Brazil promote the create intersectional to promote all the rights of women and girls and all the pregnancies that are wished, and to stop the mortality of women, to adopt all the rights victim of all the girls that are victim of sexual and rape, and with all the psychological and health service in access to anticonceptional and level at the level of all that has a completely scope in relation to the Paola Cosmão, in relation to the victims of sexual and rape. For this, that they review of the normal, the technical. Not that are not previewed in law that impact all the women and girls, all the black and they are in particular that must be reviewed the time of pregnancy for legal abortion, and to have to give the primary care, and include a systematic politic to give assistance to adult of legal abortions and services that especially in regions in the north and northwest, in the central of the states of Brazil, to monitor these services, to create a service for the girls and women, to create policies that will give the reproductive rights and guarantee the service and also the rights of these, to assess the civil and administrative but to punish and to create forms, to create reporters, lawyers, and to publish this type of information, to give them the rights, to create all the girls that don't have access to their rights. The commission to pronounce in relation to all the problems of the environmental, and implement through public campaigns, and create to finish with the structure of racism, and to finish with this lack of information to the girls. Honor President of Commission Inter-American of the Human Rights Commission, Margaret May, and the Commission. Good morning, everybody that's present. I'm Juana Martins, which is the President. I have the order to give this hearing of this regarding the rights of and the violence against women in Brazil. In part of an integration of this, a representative of this Minister of Human Rights and Citizenship. It's a coincidence being 8th of March, where we celebrate the conquers of women, where we can express to guarantee the human rights of women and girls. And so I take on this and to
to celebrate Roberta Clark in Quaitina. In that second story, I have celebrate the period of women. Então, in relation to the representatives of the women, the Minister of Women and Racial Women, so they were read by me. So in name of the Minister of the Women, in relation to the mathematics, in January of 2023, they implement in their ministry to dedicate regarding the women, to the rights of women and girls in the whole diversity, meaning old age, with the disabilities, women deficient ratios, and urban girls in immigrants or refugees. And the rights of reproduction, it's part of the human rights. In Brazil, in January, this in the formulation in the public that guarantee and normative the rights of women and the rights of women. In these acts of international, it was done in Geneva of the convention to have the rights of women. Its document has understanding of the reproductive rights and the concept of family, and must compromise. It goes against the suits against the signatories of Brazil in terms of governmental effectivity of the human rights in the authorization of the women's population of 1994, the platform of Beijing of 1995, and Ita Montevideo according sobre regarding the evolution of and compromote and promote the branching the rights of women that put the legislation national and systematic different configurations of the families. There is a normative that sues that give access to women to offer a service and to be developed, but to develop and use their rights.
Where I highlighted the interest of the primary guarantee of effective of about the women that would be mothers, and also the combat of hunger and poverty. In this sense, the Brazilian government will strengthen the political action for women. In regards to women and girls that are victims of sexual violence, the advance of sexual and reproductive rights involve centralization, focus on the girls and a guarantee of their rights and the and also the combat of impunity. We have qualified the service of attendance to the victims, access to public security, including abortion, which is the right in the legislation. And there's also the women program about violence created in 2013, and it's being restructured. The program has 6 axles of operation: implementation of a house of women, Brazilian women in public space, where they focus the main services that are specialized in a lot of in the situation of violence. 2, restructuring the central focus on women. Organization. 3, organization and humanization of service to women who are victims of sexual violence. 4, implementation of mobile unities to assist the women in situations of violence in places they don't have specialized services or there are no access. 5, amplification, prevention, the killing the women, and also the educational area, and continuing facing all the violence against women and girls. As far as item 3, it's in strengthening the technical aspect of and health and the public health public safety. There's also because of the sexual violence against the women and adolescents in 2012, and the technical normalcy of humanization, the victims, and registering all the victims. An investment in most of the public equipment for victims of sexual attack, according to cases that happen according to the law. In 2013, this talks about the assistance. It was mandatory for people, the victims of sexual attack, and also revoking the technical notes that were against the reproductive rights. In 2020, there was laws. There was obstacles for interruption of pregnancy. According, they were actually in law. There was a promotion of the rights of sexual and reproductive rights. There were a conquest to democracy in the whole population of Brazil. Thank you. I now pass it on to representative of the Ministry of Health. Hello, good morning. Good morning to all of you. Greetings, especially to all the people in the committee, expeditionaries, and women too, all the entities that are here. My name is Marcos Pedrosa. I'm the director of the Department of Management of Integral Care and attention to the Ministry of Health. I'm also a doctor, a family doctor, and community. We started the year 2023 with the new positioning of the Brazilian government as far as the reproductive rights of the women in forums and international mechanism about the women's rights. The positioning is aligned with legislation of Brazil, in particular in respect to the equality of gender, the political participation of women, and the fight against all the forms of violence and discrimination, is also reproductive and sexual rights. So, under the leadership of President Lula, Brazil shows its commitment with the laws, with the women of the regional and hemisphere, strengthening in this way the representation, technical and the cooperation, multilateral cooperation for this subject. This is strengthened by the lectures from the health minister, Nisa Trindade. Brazil had already done so in 2015, the implementation of the Agenda 2030 for the sustainable development created by the UN. We are here reaffirming the commitments and along with all the ministries, and especially the ministries of the women, of the racial equality, the human rights, and the indigenous people. Besides that, Minister Trindade declared the commitment of the government with the protection of the reproductive and sexual rights of the girls, recognizing the priority to this subject. The first woman of the Ministry of Health also represents the incorporation of the perspective of gender equality in its politics, including the primary attention to the health, responsible for the first assistance of men to the women as far as the reproduction. Although Brazil has trying to reduce the maternal mortality since 1990, there's a lot more to do to reach the goals with the commitments that are international and national. Black women and girls with the low income, they're vulnerable. They are, in fact, the most affected ones. And the rates show that what's being presented in this audience, that the COVID-19 pandemic helped increase the mortality of women. We know the pandemic overburdened the health system. The result was a reduction of access and the increasing of the lines also for other types of disease. This is something that we feel in Brazil that's happening to this day. We have to say that there are things that went backwards in the health system that were already achieved in Brazil. And this was going against the principles and to our government health system. There's data shows the violence against women in Brazil during the pandemic COVID-19 increased. It shows also there was became worse when the women are giving birth, and the immunity in the whole country, and also the rates of maternity, death, also the vaccination against COVID-19. We also saw where they stopped the exercise of the health care workers as far as seeing the victims of violence, sexual and reproductive violence. The data of the Ministry of Health of mortality of the mothers gives us a view of the subjects that are being talked about in the audience. There was about 77% between the 2019 and 2021. There was an increase. I show you also there is a preliminary data which are but important to be talked about here. In all the cases of COVID-19, in the first year of the pandemic, almost 8% of the Brazilian women died because of the sanitary, and there was also what was the cause of this death. There's also in 2019 there was a contributor to the increase of the deaths, also because of the high COVID transmission affected all the women too. Could be the cause of the deaths too, of the of the deaths in hypertension.
The women in gestation, it was only included in Brazil in the period in July 2021, and it took time for immunization for this type of people, because specialists say that doubts and spread of fake information contributed for the population to don't receive vaccination, especially in women that were in gestation. And regarding the problems of health, on 27th of February, we've had the initiation of the movement in Brazil that was promoted by the health regarding vaccination in order for us to recuperate the vaccination, to think about the future. We know in Brazil they have several challenges in relation of the violence against women and girls. We strongly believe that we can win this. And in the next, we had already policies that were implemented, derogation of the decrees that were not punctuated with the gestation of, and also in the system of the health in the beginning, that the gestation that these policies be discussed with the people that's very expensive, and be discussed to implement these systems. And we revoke also a decree regarding of the interruption of abortion in the cases previewing it, that brought insecurity to the women and also for the people that work in the healthcare, and I go against the human rights and reproduction rights. We are also working to make it strong of the maternal in terms of scope of the rights of the women. We want to strengthen they give access in the healthcare that bring valorization of the people that work in these areas in the healthcare. We also wanted to give primary care for the gestation, and also education and in terms of reproductive and sexual education for all the population. In order to implement policies aligned with these in terms of Brazil in an international sphere, we understand that is a condition and very important, and that we're going to have the 17th the conference international. We want to make it big, the impact of social recuperate in the SUS, in the SUS to have the role of them. And so we are working to reproductive and education to have the policies aligned with strategies and in national policies. The perspective of the Ministry of Healthcare that the women has to be integrated in terms of preventive and diagnostic and treatment and recuperation of the health of the women. And we must reaffirm the role of the Ministry of the Health to stop the mortality of the women that are pregnant, and also we have to face the inequalities and also respect human rights of women and girls. So to say that the rights of Silvio Almeida in his speech, women and women, you exist and you have a lot of value for all of us here in Brazil. So I'm going to finish this representation of the state of talking about interracial problem. Isto vai ser rápido. In name of the ministry at the alt level of the government, we have to reiterate our commitment with the rights of the health, and regarding the population of black, to have several directives that fertilization and participation of all the movements of social movements in the implementation of the control, the SUS control of the black rights of the women and the population of the health of the black people in information in to contribute out the vulnerabilities of the black women. There are several challenges in this area, especially regarding the theme of today's conference, the right of the reproductive rights of women and girls is affected in of women and girls that are black and the poor and they are poor. And the mortality of all these women has been very big and has been a problem of the Ministry of Health. And so the equality of the ministry to have in terms of the rights of women and the rights of the women, especially the black women, to be incremented, to include the black women. And so, so in terms of the racial ministry, we have this challenge. We have to strengthen the politics of the women, black women, in terms of the technical present, and also to create norms to implement in terms of the healthcare and perspective in relation to the racism in Brazil and in SUS, the system of the healthcare in SUS, and to create problems. Number two, we create a system that promote equality of racial and follow of the healthcare of the black women. Three, to strengthen the social and participation and social control of the system in Brazil. And four, to send professionals in the areas. And number five, and get technical assessment and help in that area. Thank you.
La sociedad civil ahora tiene 9 minutos para su respuesta, además 2 minutos minutos y 40 segundos. Ah, me salté la comisión. Me disculpo. Ahora es el turno de la comisión. Es una de esas mañanas, entenderán. Y invito a la relatora del país a que intervenga. Thank you.
por diferentes creencias, quieren ejercer un control sobre el cuerpo de las mujeres y de las niñas. En ese sentido, saludo esta acción del Estado y la Comisión Interamericana se pone a disposición para la cooperación técnica necesaria para revisar las políticas públicas, las acciones concretas. Saludo además que el Estado de Brasil haya autorizado una visita por parte de la Comisión Interamericana y creo que es una oportunidad también para poder conversar de todos estos temas. Les agradezco muchísimo y toda la información que ustedes nos sigan enviando va a ser bien recibida y priorizada por la Comisión Interamericana. Y para el Estado, además de agradecerles a la disposición para conversar todas las veces que haga falta. Porque cuando la Corte Interamericana o la propia Comisión dice hay que crear políticas públicas con enfoque de género, muchas veces no se sabe cómo hacer. Porque no nos formaron con enfoque de género. No nos educaron así. Pues aquí estamos, para extender una colaboración técnica clara. Y seguimos también con ustedes y con cada mujer y cada niña que ustedes representan el día de hoy. Gracias, presidente.
que empezar por mejorar la institucionalidad que Brasil ha desarrollado y el marco legislativo que Brasil se ha dado a sí mismo. Por eso acciones como las de recuperar el programa Mujer sin Violencia tiene que adelantar. Termino también comentando mi reconocimiento personal a la decisión de Brasil de desvincularse del llamado Consenso de Ginebra. Creo que eso es una señal muy positiva. Y finalmente le agradezco a usted, Presidenta, que haya dado los 2 últimos minutos adicionales que pidió el Estado, porque me parece muy importante la necesidad de destacar la importancia de acentuar los esfuerzos en los grupos de mujeres históricamente discriminadas.
Gracias, Presidenta. No es casual que hoy, 8 de marzo, ocurra esta audiencia, que ocurra la audiencia pasada sobre violencia sexual hacia mujeres haitianas. Lo hemos planeado así porque nos parece importante hacer visibles las historias como la de esa niña de 11 años, que no es más que un déjà vu del caso Paulina, que ya pasó en México, de situaciones que ocurrieron el año pasado en Bolivia, y hay que recordar que nuestra región tiene la tasa más alta de embarazos adolescentes del mundo, y se estima que casi el 18% de esos nacimientos corresponden a niñas menores de 20 años. Es además, de acuerdo a los datos del Fondo de Población, es un índice importantísimo de mortalidad materna en América Latina y una de las 3 primeras causas de muerte entre los 15 y los 19 años. Así es que la historia de esa niña es el reflejo de historias que se repiten y que hoy el Estado del Brasil, como ya han dicho las comisionadas y los comisionados, viene con un aire fresco y con un desafío. Y a mí me parece que los desafíos están relacionados al comunicado de prensa que la Comisión Interamericana publicó el pasado 31 de enero de este año, que dábamos cuenta de cómo hay personas en el Brasil que aún todavía están criminalizadas o porque facilitan abortos o porque acompañan a las mujeres o porque de alguna manera lo permiten, ya sea en su práctica médica o en su práctica jurídica. Y sabemos que la buena intención tendrá que enfrentarse a otras posiciones distintas respecto a los derechos sexuales y reproductivos, y quisiéramos conocer cuáles son las estrategias que ustedes están haciendo de cara a enfrentarse a esas posiciones diferentes de derechos sexuales y reproductivos. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Bom dia e muito obrigada pelas informações. Parabéns também pelas
Good morning, it's really important
importantíssimas
the information
exposições da sociedade civil desta
communities. And in fact, I always add indigenous persons as well, because they fall into a vulnerable category as well in relation to sexual reproductive health and rights, and poor women. And it was really good to hear from the state in the public hearing that you will be taking all steps to include this a group of people in at all decision levels. It must be when any policy, legislation, project involving them is going to be decided, discussed. But not when one says include them. That doesn't mean that they're just present, because very often states say this and they still do not hear the voice of these people. They're supposed to be made active, equal participants in all these processes, and that their opinions, requests, and ideas are given serious consideration as any other stated in these institutions. I cannot take up any more time and be at fault, and so therefore I now move to what I had anticipated, to offer civil society the 9 minutes plus, in fact, 3 minutes in addition for your final comments.
Mais uma vez, muito obrigada pelo tempo de comentário.
Thank you again.
Falamos aqui dos desafios e problemas em saúde sexual e reprodutiva que se agravam na pandemia da Covid-19, mas evidenciamos que o racismo e as suas intersecções mostram que essas violações de direito vão muito além dessa. Um exemplo disso que eu quero trazer para corroborar essa hipótese foi a experiência brasileira com o Zika vírus. Bom, de todo modo, ainda precisamos falar sobre a responsabilidade do Estado em relação às consequências da Covid-19 para essas meninas e mulheres, bem como as reparações necessárias às sobreviventes dessas violências aqui relatadas. Bom, passo a fala para a Beatriz.
Nós saudamos as medidas elencadas pelos representantes do Estado, mas, no entanto, precisamos mais do que simplesmente existir. Nós precisamos de acesso à saúde e medidas de proteção efetivas e garantias de direitos sexuais e reprodutivos. Para ilustrar a sistemática falha do Estado em cumprir com as suas obrigações internacionais de proteção dos direitos humanos das meninas grávidas em decorrência de violência sexual, apresentamos dados que são estarrecedores. Somente em 2019, estimou-se a ocorrência de, no mínimo, 18.734 gestações em decorrência de estupro. Contudo, foram registrados apenas 1.894 procedimentos de aborto previstos em lei naquele ano. Levantamento feito em junho de 2020 mostrou uma redução de 45% dos serviços de aborto previstos em lei no Brasil. No entanto, como indicam os médicos especialistas e pesquisadores, a suspensão de serviços de aborto legal não serve sequer ao propósito de garantir reservas de equipamentos e leitos para a pandemia, porque o aborto seguro requer equipamentos mínimos de biossegurança e, na maioria das vezes, não demanda internação hospitalar. Ao contrário, o atraso no acesso aos serviços de aborto previstos em lei acarreta maior custo ao sistema de saúde. O alerta mais significante para a presente audiência é o uso do limite da idade gestacional para o aborto legal como barreira para impedir o acesso ao aborto no caso das meninas grávidas com menos de 14 anos vítimas de violência sexual. Segundo expressaram médicos especialistas da Federação Brasileira de Ginecologia e Obstetrícia, Febrágico, além da necessidade de viajar longas distâncias diante do número insuficiente de serviços no país, as meninas e mulheres com gravidezes avançadas ainda enfrentam dificuldades impostas pelo limite de 22 semanas sugerido pela norma técnica do Ministério da Saúde. No Brasil, não há justificativa legal para o limite de 22 semanas recomendado nos anos 2000. Contudo, a maioria dos serviços de aborto legal, 82%, adota esse limite para promover o cuidado a meninas e mulheres brasileiras. De acordo com o estudo, atualmente apenas 3 serviços de aborto previstos em lei que não estabelecem seus protocolos apenas 3 serviços de aborto previstos em lei que não estabelecem limites de idade gestacional para o acolhimento de meninas e mulheres em situação de violência sexual. A falta de infraestrutura hospitalar, equipe médica especializada ou protocolos médicos específicos, conforme diretrizes da OMS, não podem ser utilizados como justificativa para o não cumprimento do dever legal e configuram uma omissão na garantia dos direitos previstos na Constituição Federal, como o direito à saúde, diante do chamado estado de coisas inconstitucional do sistema de saúde pública brasileiro, quanto à realização do aborto legal nos casos de gestação decorrentes de estupro, conforme consta em petição de ação de descumprimento de preceito fundamental número 989, apresentada por instituições da sociedade civil perante o Supremo Tribunal Federal e que está pendente de julgamento. Quando o procedimento de aborto legal é injustificadamente restrito, cerceado ou está totalmente indisponível, coloca-se em risco uma série de direitos fundamentais protegidos nacionalmente e internacionalmente: o direito à não discriminação e à igualdade, à vida, à saúde, à informação, a não sofrer tratamento cruel, desumano, degradante, à privacidade, à autonomia, à integridade física, a gozar dos benefícios do progresso científico e de liberdade de consciência e religião. As decisões referentes ao abortamento devem corresponder exclusivamente a pessoas grávidas, mulheres e meninas, sem interferências ou restrições por parte do Estado ou terceiros. Passo a palavra para a Gabriela.
Muito obrigada. Bom, mais uma vez, fazendo coro às minhas companheiras, gostaria de agradecer a oportunidade e saudar os novos posicionamentos do Estado brasileiro em relação a essa temática, especialmente com relação ao renovado compromisso com o combate à mortalidade materna, o renovado compromisso com políticas de saúde baseadas em evidências e nos direitos humanos de maneira interseccional. No entanto, gostaria de ressaltar nesses minutos finais algo que talvez não tenha ficado tão claro na fala do Estado, que é justamente a correlação entre o combate à mortalidade materna e os obstáculos ao acesso ao aborto legal. Além dos casos dramáticos das meninas que foram relatados aqui hoje, dos quais não sabemos dizer quantas meninas nunca chegam ao serviço de saúde porque morreram antes tentando um aborto clandestino, por não conseguirem acessar o aborto que já está previsto em lei há mais de 80 anos. Nós temos também a notícia de que quase 30% de todas as mortes maternas no Brasil são devido a causas indiretas, ou seja, muitas dessas mulheres poderiam talvez ter tido acesso ao aborto que também já está previsto em lei há mais de 80 anos, por ocasião de risco à sua saúde, o que nos mostra que, infelizmente, as políticas no nosso país, não só em caso de violência, mas também de risco à saúde. Então, é impossível falar de combate efetivo e diminuição das taxas que aumentaram enormemente de mortalidade materna no país, sem assumir também esse compromisso. Nós sabemos, inclusive, que durante a Covid-19, essas taxas aumentaram de maneira tão alarmante que, em 2020, o Brasil concentrava quase 80% de
the mortality of the women was because of COVID, it also because of the economy, of also the government, and because of the integral health of that furnished for these women. And in order to end, we would like to tell this commission to monitor this commitment of the state of this, without the commitment that we did in this hearing, to protect the rights and the sexual rights and the reproductive of girls and women. We will ask that the next visit of the Commission to Brazil, that's what we heard that will be soon, that to visit all the states of Brazil, and also to tell about these states, to protect of these rights of women and girls, and to solicitate requests with basis the measures to go against all this scenario of the rape of these women and girls. Okay. Muito obrigada a todos. Okay. Okay.
Oh. Some of the measures is worth for us to talk about in regards to sexual education and access to information. The Brazilian state understands that the access to birth control is the most effective way to face the mortality of pregnant women, and also according to the pregnancy, they're under unwanted pregnancy, also related to the difficulty of access to information. The sexual education, access to education about sex in schools that happen in Brazil is also related to a program called Health in School, where the teams of health, the nurses, they do activities of education in schools, and they talk about these themes. We know that the reach of these actions needs to increase a lot. The information I have that last year we reached about 1,300,000 adolescents. They had access in the schools, so we need this to be increased. It's important to talk about also that this contributes to the development of the autonomy of these teenagers as far as self-care and prevention of violence. It's public in Brazil, and when you take a measure like that in school, of access to school, many times when you're talking about the violence that happens to a child or an adolescent that sees themselves in a situation of violence. Besides that, it's important to highlight that in Brazil we started with a new legislation. In effect, this proceeding to sterilization, which we don't need the consentment of the partner, so that the woman is a man has a vasectomy, a woman also is sterilized. Also, the guarantee of the right of this women. Highlight also that the guide for abortion, humanized abortion, that was mentioned here, that talks about it's very restrictive as far as the theme. In fact, with the texts that didn't go with the scientific recommendations or it's taken away from the books. They're no longer in the guidelines of the Ministry of Health. It was based also in this, it was revoked, this law that was revoked, that obligated to have a communication, to charge the police about the abortion. Also, the pregnant woman, they had a preamble text that minimized the themes of death according as far as abortion. They were interrupted. They actually have a new edition now according to with this guidelines we put here. The deaths that happen because of abortion, they are recognized in Brazil as a fourth cause of mortality, and they need to be faced. They need to advance also in case of Brazil, though we may understand that the Brazilian state, that we can promote campaigns for that, so it becomes easier for us to face this problem at the beginning of the pregnancy, right? This measure, this action delineates the access of abortion, that as according to law, so that we go past the age, supposed age. So that's something that we want to face. We know that in the beginning of the pregnancy, in the first trimester, it needs to be interrupted, or because of a threat to the life of the woman, or because of the violence. There is possibility today to interrupt it with the experiences in Brazil now that we have in the context of telemedicine. This involves changes in the professional practices as far as the permanent education that we need to offer, also to be able to face this, or the departments that go against this. Also, the management of health in the state of Brazil, it's interfederative. There's 3 levels of departments, subnational, the towns, state, and the federal government. The biggest part of the legal abortion, the services that you access, the cares, the planning, reproductive planning, goes directly now to the towns or the state or the healthcare, the private healthcare. It's up to the Ministry of Health to publish and watch its guidelines so that we can, in fact, have a best implementation of these rights that were established here as a commitment. Besides that, we also hope, according to this arrangement, Brazilian institutional, of the assemblies of from the states, the House of Representatives of the states, the parliamentary in the state of Santa Catarina, they are autonomous as far as the federal government, and they can have control of their constitutional, their actions, such as the Supreme Court and other departments of the government, so we can do a follow-up, and we also can count on the participation of the civil society, because these themes that include practical, it's not only from the legislation, we need it to be live, to be implemented, to be working in the country. These are the considerations that I want to talk about as far as this commitment. Pass it to the representative of Human Rights Ministry, who is present here. Good morning. I'd like to greet everyone who's here. My name is Juliana. I'm coordinator of the Human Rights, the Ministry of Human Rights and Citizenship. I'm going to answer the questions about the operation of the journalists, the mechanisms of protection from the Brazilian state, and the mechanism so the parliamentary inquisitions of inter-American of representing the human rights. As far as the protection of journalists in the exercise of their activities, there is the basis itself on the human rights, the program of human rights, communicators, and environmentalists. This program is altered based on decisions of the system of inter-American of human rights to include also the communicators who are operating in the Brazilian territory, and because of this action and activities, they encounter themselves in being threatened. It's not only the protection of life, but also integrity of communicators, but also about the articulation of measures that are known as the separation of overcoming the threats and the risks. As far as the investigation of the system of inter-American, we have a convention of American Convention of Human Rights. It was classified yesterday as a measure that treated on a constitutional level the human rights, became a super legal, and also many laws that became into effect that regulate the proceedings, administrative and legislature and judicial. They have to adapt to the systems that are inter-American of human rights, and also the contradictory part and defensive for the control of conventionality. So many things that are not according to the principles, they're unconventional and must then be reformulated. Thank you.
They are subjected to a life of rape and torture and suffering. A child cannot make a contract. So how can they get into a child marriage? And lots of states make this a legal facility. This has to stop. It cannot be made legal and cannot be kept on a legal basis. And I think we, older women, we have to work on this. And we should not even subscribe to the use of the term child marriage. I think it's abusive of the children who are forced into such situations. I leave that with you to think about, and perhaps let's work on this. So with that, I thank the illustrious states for being here in person and participating, civil society for bringing this matter up to us, the audience who are here in person and those online. And I thank the interpreters for your Herculean task today in translating for us to understand what is being said. Thank you very much, and thanks to my colleagues. This meeting is at an end. And we start the next one immediately. Well, 1 minute.
Hola Eric, hola Marina.
Hola, ¿cómo estás? Buenos días, buenas tardes. ¿Cómo vamos?
eles vão falar em inglês e em espanhol. Qualquer tema que a gente tiver algum problema de tradução, a gente pode conferir com o pessoal da organização ao longo da audiência e tentar resolver, mas a gente espera que tudo saia perfeito e correto. Yo no sé si sería posible, Eric, quizás intentarmos alguna traducción al portugués para que ellos vean si se puede escuchar, así quizás.
Yeah, sorry. Could you check into Spanish, please? Yes? Okay, we're fine. Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. I am very happy to see some of you or forgoing lunch until later to be here to hear this case. I salute the delegation. That's you. Okay. The delegation of the illustrious state of Brazil, and thank you for being here, and the distinguished representative of the alleged victims, Fergus, and others. I declare the public hearing of this case open, and this is case 12781, Indigenous People of Raposa Serra do Sol, Ingarico, Macusi, Patamona, Terpang, and Wapachana. Thank you. We go against Brazil. I now give the floor to the Executive Secretary. What's happening?
Just want to double check that.
They've only just arrived.
Gracias, Presidenta. El presente caso, esperamos a que la representación del Estado tome asiento. El presente caso se relaciona con la presunta responsabilidad del Estado por las alegadas afectaciones a
the impact that has caused in the indiscriminate usage of their lands. On October 23, 2010, the Commissioner approved Admissibility Report 125/10, which declared the petition admissible in relation to the rights established as part of Articles 4, 5, 8, 12, 21, 22, 24, and 25 of the American Convention, and in relation to 1.2 and 2 of the same instrument also, as well as Articles 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 8th, 9th, 10th, 18th, and 23rd of the American Declaration. The current meeting seeks to analyze more profoundly the statements from the parties to analyze the current state of the situation. Thank you, Madam President.
Unfortunately, weren't able to get visas to come here. We're going to do the talking today. So first we have my friend Evo, who is legal counsel for CIR, the Indigenous Council of Roraima, the biggest indigenous organization in that state in northeast Brazil. And Evo is going to speak, and then if there's a need, his colleague Maria will also speak after that. She's also a legal advisor to CIR, the Indigenous Council of Roraima. Thank you.
Please go on.
Boa tarde, excelentíssima senhora presidente da Comissão Interamericana de Direitos Humanos, excelentíssimo senhor
and our people. It's a great honor and to maintain the legacy and show before this committee. Before starting my lecture, I want to talk about my organization, Batista de Souza, would like to participate in this audience, but unfortunately he couldn't because he's with the team of President Lula. They are organizing the presence of the president, who's going to be part of the organization next week of the indigenous people, and we invited the president, and he accepted. So we're preparing ourselves to receive him. Also, this is about, we need to record this for the indigenous people to show this to the assembly, because it's a session that's shown in all assemblies, and they hope that video stopped. Represent today representative of the people of Roraima, part of the Brazilian territory. In this case, I come before this committee, the people of Macaxi, and Garicó, and Pactamuna, of the indigenous Raposa do Sol, to talk about and ask for. But we had, this case before the committee in 2004 was an excessive delay from the Brazilian state to recognize the territory of the indigenous people of Raposa Terra do Sol and the grave violations of human rights. Before this gravity, and back then, the expeditionaries asked for cautionary measures to protect the physical integrity of the victims until they finalized the process of the recognizing the indigenous territory. In 2004, the commission did so, and recently we had a meeting with the sector of cautionary, and also as far as the advancement of the mining in the indigenous lands, which have been causing pollution of the environment and violence for the people of Raposa do Sol. The world knows about this case of Raposa Terra do Sol. It's an emblematic case, and I want to mention here that on 20th of August 2008, one of the special person of UN went to Raposa Terra do Sol and saw the violations of human rights in 2016. Also, during the official mission in Brazil, reminded the case of Raposa do Sol as an emblematic case, a special case. Raposa Terra do Sol achieved many victories, but during the judicial process, especially in the judging of the case of Raposa do Sol by the Supreme Court of Brazil, they created 19 conditionals about the argument that guarantee the sovereignty, national sovereignty by the territory they were marked, which now they restrict the territorial rights and the consultation rights of the people, indigenous people. And it was also, in Brazil, it becomes a threat to the indigenous rights. Today, the indigenous people are opposed to Terra do Sol, having serious threats as far as human rights, to their way of being, way of living, auto-determination, and their social organization, specifically when it comes to the advance of mining, of the illegal mining, and judicial insecurity because of the 19 conditionals that were imposed by the Supreme Court. The decision by the Supreme Court, as a matter of fact, signified the loss of the territory for the towns Piramitão, Macaraima, and Normandia. And today, the supposed Terra do Sol has a population of 30,838 people, and a total of 238 indigenous communities which are subdivided in 4 regions: Serra, Surumum, Bascutim, Raposa, and the micro-region in Garicó. These are the data, the official data by the Secretary of Indigenous Health, with the department connected to the Ministry of Health. Raposa Terra do Sol is an indigenous land in the frontier with Venezuela, Brazil, and Guyana. The border is not controlled by the government. It's up to the indigenous people, the actions to protect themselves and to protect their territory. And it's easy access for the invaders through land, which helps the invaders. They invade the indigenous land to explore minerals. They suffer a lot of violence. The illegal mining that increased in the last few years, the government cannot guard. The communities have to do it. But the measures of protection are attacked by the government itself, the government of the state of Roraima. So the reasons that opened the case in 2004 are happening to today. Our actions against the illegal mining are attacked and threatened. In September 2022, the house of one of the leaders was burnt by the miners. And the protection, the person who was in charge of the protection was threatened by the local police, and he's still being persecuted. In November 2021, 20 indigenous literals were shot. And so Justice, the department does nothing. So the federal government also granted the exploration of mining. So there are state laws that incentivize the invasion by the illegal mining. They prohibit the destruction of machines for the mining. Also, here in Roraima, there was commemorated the barbecue with the state of Roraima. But unfortunately, the law is declared unconstitutional by the Supreme Court. But the news didn't reach the miners, and they are still invading the indigenous lands. The laws, the discourses, the omissions of the government create expectations that the mining is legal, and whoever practices is impune. The National Congress in Brazil wants to give amnesty to all the invaders and aggressors. There are projects, in fact, there they want to create to increase the planting of the agriculture there, the project state program. The amount of miners in this land, there were more pressures against the indigenous lands in Roraima, as the indigenous land of Hawaii. And when they are threatened death, one of the leaders had to move from his house to another house because of security for his family. The federal government recognized that they were being threatened. In fact, the visit by the president of Brazil here in Roraima, he acknowledged this during his visitation. He said the miners are violent and there are many people supporting them. The state government support the miners in a strong way, and a good part of the National Congress also. The last government incentivized the aggression and the invasions of the Raposa do Sol, and they they talked about in favor of the miners. And repository of the soil is also being threatened by the exploration of minerals and by hydroelectric plants in indigenous areas. And they're about to build a Tamanduá, a hydroelectric plant for the cities, but not for the community, indigenous community. So the social and environmental impact is big, and also the incentivizing of invading the indigenous territory. The power plant and the incentivizing of other invasions in indigenous areas for the energy plants. The towns around Raposa do Sol have suffered from the pollution because of all the urban trash and the contamination of the rivers, the nascent lakes, and sacred places. There are reports of illness from when you eat the fish from the rivers in Tomiyangi, Sumiyangi, Kutinga. The advance of the urban in Pacaraima, Piramuta, in Normandia has promoted the invasion of the communities. One of the main things that happen in these regions are the granting of lands, of the indigenous land, and the increasing of the urban perimeter. All the roads that cross the indigenous land belong to the federal government, but they don't do any policing, and they stop the communities from doing the monitoring of their territory. And there's the national park of National Park Roraima. There's imposed on the indigenous proposal to Sol, imposed by the federal government. There are battalions from the army. They want to use part of the Raposa do Sol land. After this, the indigenous people would not get reparations. They were removed out of there, but today they went back to the Raposa do Sol. They are causing a lot of conflicts and incentivizing illegal activities. These cases were told on to FUNAI, but nothing was done so far. Other cases of violence, I want to remind you of this case of the community São Miguel da Cachoeira, something that happened in the past in 2004, which was invaded, and they took the land, but the state didn't do anything about it. Many people were tied up and attacked, and the community there was violence against the children, adults. Many houses were destroyed. There was investigation against the indigenous and against the invaders. However, there was only an investigation as far as the indigenous that there was a follow-up, and there was a big judicial process that affected them for years to come. This judicial processes, there were a lot of draining emotional for the indigenous leadership. Was a typical thing that happened to the people in Terra do Sol. Another case, the case of the community Vira do Sol, what happened in 2004, when a group of criminals armed with weapons, firearms, supported by local politicians, they burnt the houses, and then they went to the Vira do Sol community, and they did the same thing. They destroyed and burnt the houses. Besides that, they also destroyed other communities, local places of pleasure for the indigenous. They shot the people and the pets, and they wounded an indigenous person. This was felt by the children and women because the men were working at the moment. This is still remember of a case of the burnt case that happened. There was another case also where the indigenous school was burnt. The Indigenous Center of Information, the Culture Repository of the Soul. In 2005, it destroyed the rooms of the teachers, of the missionaries that supported the activities of the library, the church, classrooms, and everyone that helped the region. There was a teacher that was teaching the mechanics for the students. He was beaten up and there was 30 students, indigenous ones. They had to run away so they wouldn't be beaten up. There was a terror, and all the threat against the teachers and the students intensified this attack. Back then, it was common for students to sleep there in dormitories with hammocks in the trees to protect themselves from burning from in attacks. After that, what happened? They didn't have any adequate structure, and there was immeasurable problems with them. There was a celebration also about the invasion of the Terra do Sol.
The other case that there was an invader, that there was several people that asked for the reiterated to leave the place, and one of them recused of leaving. So when the indigenous came in a pacific way to take the territory, they were attacked with bombs and weapons, and it was filmed by the people. And up to today, the leaders of indigenous have suffered with these attacks because of the weapons that was using. It's a case, emblematic case of in the Raposa Serra do Sul, where the communities they got together against the farmers, the invasion of the farmers, to recuperate the territory to them. But this was reprimanded by the authorities of the state of Roraima and the community of Itapinga. It was invaded by the police officers and the federal police. That they were with weapons. They had several weapons. They threw bombs inside of the houses and destroy all the stuff that we had, and also against the center of the healthcare centers and assistance. And after this attack, it was the several leaders of indigenous that they were affected. One had to suffer surgery to take of the bullet that was in the left side, and they lost their activities. These indigenous people have the related of children of indigenous children that have problems with their hearing because of the bombs that were thrown in their houses. And so all the indigenous people of the Raposa Serra do Sol, they are hoping to receive justice and the human rights. So we are here and here asking the Commission to have for the help. But the Rondaima state saw these cases and the threats of the indigenous people in the last years, and they already forward this for the justice to have received justice, and we receiving the amount of farmers that are invading these indigenous areas, and they are not talking about instruments of the leaders and the communities to safeguard the indigenous people. But we are suffering this biggest moment in Brazil. We have hope that we go forward in the promotion of the human rights of the Raposa Serra do Sol. And these international instruments, they respect the people of the indigenous people. And to end this, we are requesting that the Inter-American Commission to elaborate the report, medical report, to help the state of Brazil to bring solutions for the case of Raposa Serra do Sol. Thank you so much. I will call my colleague to come here, Maria Luisa, to talk to make a compliment and bring any information that I must have forgotten. Good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon to everyone. I don't have much to add to the manifestation of Dr. Ivo. That's the leaders in the indigenous in Roraima. they have great expectations in relation to this case, and they know and they follow the reunions, the preparation for this hearing, and they're waiting that is measures to effective to have the merits report of this, so we can find solutions and repair for the indigenous people. And we hope that they can assist in this hearing and during the holding hearing and the General Assembly of the people indigenous, and that's 10 to 15 of March in the Normandy, in Karkarandu. Uh, it, it, the president of the human rights and the honors as Miss gentlemen and the petitioners, as all present, good afternoon to everyone. And my name is Adriana Martins, and I'm the assessor of the human rights and the federation, and I get the federation representing of the indigenous people and also the human rights in the of also the safety and ministry in the name of the state, the collocation, the put of this audition in relation of the Serra do Sol, proposed Serra do Sol, and into for the indigenous people to have a scope and to have justice and to protect the territory. Why it's important to have the to talk about the the politics of the human rights of this area of the indigenous. So I will give the word to the indigenous state person that will talk about that, about their rights. Good afternoon to everyone. And the president of the Commission Inter-American of the Human Rights, Margaret McCollum, and representative of the Commission, ladies and the requests, the people here. I would like to salute everybody that are present here and all the people that are seeing us, all the women, especially in the International Day of Women. I would like to greet everyone that are here participating online, especially Ivo Marcucci. It's an honor to be here. The Inter-American Rights Commission, it's a fundamental space to strengthen our fight of the indigenous people. It's very symbolic and important for me now as the Minister of the Indigenous People in Brazil to make this space the first mission of international of this file. It's a symbol of the partnership and unification of rights that we want to build not only in Brazil but in the whole continent, American continent. We are getting solutions for all the crises that we live in our countries. The biodiversity and the violation of the rights of the people they are the brothers of the fascism and the extreme right and the dictators, the military dictators. The last five centuries in several countries, the indigenous people have fallen the fascism and the perverse extractivism. So they join. We feel this very strong in Brazil in the last years. The last government in Brazil registered the biggest tax of the Amazonia, the forestation of Amazonia since 2000. of 2006, the invasion of the lands and the indigenous, it went exponentially very high, and the exploration of all the natural resources and explorations, not only the farmers, but also the people, the illegal people that and narco traffickers, and also all the fishers that they create that. And they create the desnutrition and the lack of life and conditions of life on the indigenous land, Yanami, where they live in 371 communities, more than 31 indigenous people. The omission of the state and fiscalization of the indigenous lands create harm not only to the life but the territory of the biodiversity in Brazil. Also the threats and deaths in the indigenous lands and all the rights of territorial environment and human. It's like it happened in when they killed the Bruno Pereira and Don Phillips. The government stop the demarcation, the delineation of the area of the indigenous people and also the lands in they distract not only the biodiversity but also the deforestation. To denounce the resistance with the measures in the cases of Guarajari, Wana, Guarani, in the provision measures in relation to the people, Yanomami and Mandurike. We hope that we have in this commission to have the focus to go together in the effectuation of the rights. It's a process of to regain the rights, not only the indigenous people in diverse sectors of society, but they activated, they contributed for the election of Lula for president, not only the election, but also the indigenous deputies for the Congress.
As a result of the indigenous President Lula created the Ministry of the Indigenous People as a proposal to advance the achievements, the protagonism, and formation of the rights. In consequence of this process, there's also indication of indigenous leadership for the main positions in the ministry. In 2 months of government, there's a process of institutionalization of the ministry facing the situations of violence. We can now present some advancements before this situation of this case and according to the recommendations of this committee. We did the budget now of the Foundation of the Indigenous People, FUNAI, and 24% above in 2022. But it still doesn't give the whole total right to the indigenous people of Brazil. So it's up to the ministry to articulate, to get resources through international means to increase the guarantee the rights to the people. Revoke also normatives that took the rights away from the indigenous people. In 2022, there was emitted without consultation that permitted the extraction of wood in the indigenous territories, and a normative instruction in 2020 that allowed the supposed owners of land to go into the indigenous lands. Besides that, we also initiated the process of revision of the process of 2017, which in practice stopped the demarcation of the indigenous lands and advanced in the institutionalization of the temporal demarcation. We started the process of demarcation. It's a commitment of the Brazilian government to register 14 indigenous lands and plus 25 ones in 2023. Constituted 2 departments for crisis to face this situation of the Yanomami Pataxó people. As far as the Yanomami, we also advanced as far as the illegal mining, closing the airspace, among others. We also take the political to CNPI, an or department that's consulting with the indigenous people, responsible for the elaboration, accompanying, and the follow-up the public politics aligned with the position 6.9 and the management of the indigenous territory and other policies that are fundamental for the indigenous people. There's an instrument for the people too, the indigenous people, to create foundations to guarantee the environment, the protection of the environment and the indigenous people. We're also going to search other sources for support in the whole national territory. As far as our Terra do Sol and the Inter-American human rights, we still have a lot to work to do as far as the rights. And the partnership with the Inter-American organization is fundamental. The same one the committee always had with the indigenous people, with our entities and representatives, not only Brazil, but also of all of Latin America. Many cases they're already analyzed and judged by this committee, adopting an integral vision about the process of struggle of the indigenous people, of recognizing the land that goes also beyond the ownership of the land. It involves also the cultural character, spiritual, and of the community. So when they lose part of the land because of violence and many other process of expulsion, it's the right for the indigenous people to retake it. So I must highlight the Inter-American human rights system has dealt with these important cases as in indigenous space in Suriname, Paraguay, Panama. They did something very objective that must be considered in all of our region. The ownership means the ownership of the property gives the right to the indigenous people of its demarcation. The case is when they lost the land, the right to the land is the right to the indigenous people. When they are stolen and sold to third parties and innocent, it's the right for the people, indigenous people, to recoup it or receive the same other lands, they're the same quality. So they demand the consultation with the indigenous people. In parallel to the cases that I just mentioned, we began the demarcation of our Terra do Sol, where the Makushi, Tarapangi, Garipó, Pantamona, and Apixane live. This committee began the analysis of the case of 2004. The indigenous land was registered in 2005 by President Lula. In 2013, the Supreme Court finished the judgment. They asked for the process, to stop the process. Since then, the people have advanced as far as their achievement, but other registered lands, we need to have policies to go on that were not discontinued. And all the violence that are against the people, too, that many times were questioned by this committee. Well, we need to defeat temporal demarcation, but the judgment in 2019, there were some marks about it. They did not finish the process. We need to defeat the thesis of temporal mark in Brazil. The system, the Inter-American system, that limits the demarcation in Brazil because it can create precedents, political precedents and judicial for advancement in the sectors that want to violate our people in the region. During this new political scenery in the rights of the indigenous people, we started the process to consolidate the temporal demarcation. And the words of the Supreme Court that wants to judge this year seal the case of the people shall clean. So the manifestation of the Committee of the Human Rights is very important. We know that through temporal mark, it's not sustainable judicially. We need to establish a date to see if the people have the rights to their land for a process that was dictatorial in Brazil. Not only the over 500 years of violence, but also the period of the military dictatorships, the great violence against the spiritual sense, historic and social of our people. We know also that this thesis does not sustainable economically. The reactionary squatting, the violation of the environment, indigenous attacks on the indigenous people and the communities. And they insist to say that the temporal demarcation caused judicial insecurity in the forest. But it generates wealth to the country. But here to say that the mining, the squatting, and the deforestation, the stealing of our common assets, and the murder of leaders doesn't generate wealth for the country. It generates death and devastation. Brazil, it was a target of important cautionary measures by this committee by the way it treated our people during the pandemic. Recently, this committee denounced the past government because of its omission with the people, the Yanomami. It's important that international organizations investigate the possibility of practice of genocide with Jair Bolsonaro and the government of 2019-2022. The secular invisibility which impacted directly the public policies of the state, and they were aggravated in the last few years to violate the indigenous people and remove them from their lands. It's a result of racism, inequality, and a democracy that has low representation, and became a social problem, putting the indigenous people in a sad manner and social notifications of the country, and consolidates this process. With this, I strengthen the support of the inter-American human rights. I know it's not going to ease to overcome 523 years in 4 years, but we are up to this. We're just to retake the ancestral strength of the soul and of the ordinary people, of the Latin people. So we need to bury this temporal mark so that we can say Brazil and America will never be without us. Thank you very much.
Okay, I gotta put the word for the representative of the Justice Department. Hello, greets to everyone, and especially the ones that are present at Commission of Inter-American of Human Rights, and also the Executive Secretary Dr. Tanya, and in the civil society presented here. I'm the representative of the Justice Department today in the Flavio Dino of the leader of CIDH, and also the relevant of the indigenous people of the Ministry of the new government, and so we have the government dedicated to the rights of indigenous. We are dedicated to work in this. To represent the Minister of Sonic Protection to be represented and implemented effectively of the people indigenous. We are together to intensify the politics of the rights in Brazil, especially with the invasion of the farmers in Brazil. It's in certain regions in Brazil, it was of all the transports of the criminal people in the region. Então, all the ones that persist in occupying the indigenous territories, and together we are working to responsabilize, make responsible all the people that are working, and these illegal, all the ones the farmers are doing the illegal mining in the region, and commercialization of the gold in the area, which is one of the that make this illegal mining in the area. And also the other measure that will in fact of all the rights of the rights of the indigenous people. The ministry of the also the conflict in the region to attenuate in all the cases of the urban areas, especially in the indigenous spaces. So again, with the Raposa Serra do Sol in the indigenous people, with also the environmental Yanomami deaths, so the Ministry of Justice is installing a political commission of with the Ministry of Dr. Fivo, so incorporated with together. The autonomy operation conducted with the federal police district more than 37 and two flights, and also embarkation of 5 motors that were destroyed by the federal police to stop the illegal mining, and also 1.15 liters of gasoline, and also the items of cell phones and also all the dispositives to destroy the flood station, they were destroyed. And also they were also all the legal companies that were identified as the criminal. So the Ministry of Justice, together with the BGA, to guarantee the indigenous people of the region and to facilitate best public policies in the future. Our compromise is to be a scope very big to create existence and effective rights of all and justice for all the indigenous people in Brazil. The commission petitioner is a representative of the people of the region of the Raposa Serra do Sul, especially the women and all the representatives of the state. My name is Juliana Lime, and coordinator of the International Systems of Human Rights and of the Citizenship, and also the environmental. I would like to talk about the tramitation of the Raposa Serra do Sol, and also during the transmission of the human rights. I will talk very quick a respeito the program of the mayor of environmental and also the human rights and the perspective of the alteration of this program. It's very important to highlight, and the PPH is available in all the national territory to defend the human rights that are acting in the human territory in function of activities. They are in risk and threats. Their scope is not only the protection of life and integrity of physical integrity of their defenders, but also as an articulation of measures and actions to indicate, to include that in the program. It's necessary to require the voluntarily inclusion, the representation of the collective, representation with a legitimate representative of this collective, such also all the threats that they suffer as the defenders of human rights. After these requirements is done without the collections of the informations with the deliberative council of PPTH for the decision. They are enforced in the whole country. Executive in all the programs of the state and union, and also with all the cases reported in the case of the second semester of 2022 of the case, and of the measures they understand all the agents that protect the people, in the indigenous people, in also putting the protection of these indigenous people under this program. So they implement a pilot project, realization of two technical week, one in Mato Grosso do Sul and another one in Porto Velho in Rondônia. This action, it has the objective to the methodology and regional of actions of protection to protect leaders and communities in situation of risk, and to facilitate this federal program with the technical teams with the defenders and territories. There is expectative to expand this project with the results that were gathered. All the efforts of the union and of the states to advance with these politics. The Brazilian state understands that there is necessary to the program to get better with the actual molds. So the parameters and international of the protection of human rights to revise and will put it together with the Human Rights International, especially in the case of Salles Pimentel versus Brazil, and the recommendations of the Commission of the Niveau Protection of Defenders of Human Rights. The new point of the legal plan national of the protection national of defenders and defenders of human rights to participate in the people that are defending human rights, organization of the civil society and specialists that regulate norms and regulate the program of protection. And to have the criteria are more flexible to include and creating promotion of the cultural legitimation and protection of the work of defenders of human rights, and give special attention to the environmental of that were confused with the minister. And it will be also the ratification from the part of the state of the agreement ESCAZU, the first international treaty that is specific to protection of defenders of the environmental. And the Brazilian state is all available to all the communities resident of Raposa Serra do Sul, and also all defenders that are suffering threats in order to have their activities and all the fundamental rights to be safely guarded. Thank you.
Pretty well developed and pretty clear, going beyond merely land issues into a variety of other ones as well. The Inter-American Court in 2020 said you can't just recognize indigenous lands without also recognizing the right to self-determination, autonomy and self-government that goes along with those rights. Those rights are being fundamentally undermined on a daily basis in Raposa Serra do Sol. I didn't introduce myself when we started. I apologize for that. My name is Fergus Mackay. I'm senior counsel to an organization called Indigenous Peoples' Rights International. I used to work for the Forest Peoples Program, and in that capacity I brought the Saramaka people case to the Inter-American Commission, the Moiwana case, the Kalinia Lakono peoples case, the Akawayo case in Guyana also, which is yet to emerge from the Commission. I bring that up not to brag about it, but I've been coming to the Commission for a very long time, since the 1980s even. And one thing I know before I even came to the Commission was the case of Raposa Serra do Sol. It is not only emblematic, it's very, very long-standing. It was brought to the Commission in 2004 after some 20 years, 30 years of trying to deal with it in Brazil itself. So this is actually going on now a 50-year process. I bring that up partly because our main request, respectfully, at this hearing is that the Commission adopts a merits report in this case. 2024 will be 20 years since the petition was submitted to the Commission. Again, the issues in Raposa are not unique to Raposa. They are across Brazil. But the Commission has a unique opportunity, together with apparently a newfound willingness in Brazil to deal with these issues, to assist the government of Brazil in the specifics of the Raposa case to resolve a number of issues that are relevant Brazil-wide, not just Raposa. And that goes for the Supreme Court decision in this case as well, which invented 19 conditions on indigenous lands. And I do mean invented, I'm not using the word lightly. They just invented them out of thin air. And the Marco Temporal, one of those, essentially froze all demarcations Brazil-wide. The new government can revoke the presidential decree, and to some extent that implements that. And we hope they do that. We would hope the Commission would recommend the same if it does adopt a merits report in this case as well. So I'm going to, again, keep my remarks very brief. The jurisprudence is clear. Self-determination, autonomy. The Commission wrote a very nice report on that subject recently. The problem in Raposa is the demarcation has been accepted. It's been completed, not entirely, but it's been ratified by the Supreme Court. The problem is the people in Raposa have no control over their legally titled territory. There are still third parties occupying that territory, as was the case in the Shukuru case that the Commission and the Court decided in 2015, 2016. There's still a whole range of other issues, including some serious security issues that need to be addressed. And the proximity to the borders of Venezuela and Guyana is very relevant because those borders are completely unmonitored. I've worked in that area for 30 years. There are people who drive trucks across the border with excavators on the back of them. Yeah? So we're very happy that the Yanomami situation is being taken care of, but those miners are now going to Raposa Serra do Sol. They're going to Guyana, they're going to Suriname even, right? So it's, again, respectfully, we request the Commission adopts a merits report in this case as soon as possible, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And the state has 5 minutes as well to do a rejoinder if you wish. So 5 minutes.
Bom, a partir do que aqui foi apresentado pelos peticionários, né, e detalhado pelo advogado Ivo Makushi, né, e também diante do que a gente tem acompanhado e, né, nas visitas em Roraima, né, pude acompanhar o presidente Lula quando a gente startou a calamidade Yanomami, tenho voltado lá depois e escutei também as lideranças do CIR, do Conselho Indígena de Roraima, sobre essa saída agora dos garimpeiros, né, do território Yanomami e que estão entrando em outras áreas. Então eu gostaria de finalizar aqui propondo a criação de um GT interministerial com a participação dos peticionários, já que tem as medidas, né, para poder acompanhar também, e que a gente possa pensar alternativas ali, né, para essas pessoas, garimpeiras ou não, mas que estão envolvidas na atividade garimpeira dentro do território Yanomami, né, para evitar esse retorno dessas pessoas para o território. Enquanto a gente não encontrar também uma solução conjunta para que essas pessoas possam ter uma nova perspectiva de vida ou possam ter ali uma dignidade, né, eles vão sempre buscar um jeito de voltar para os territórios indígenas. Sabemos que essa operação agora no Yanomami, ela já está causando, né, essa preocupação também para o povo Caiapó e Munduruku no estado do Pará, assim como no Amazonas. Então, acho importante que a gente possa aqui, né, pensar a criação de um GT para a gente pensar essa alternativa também de renda, né, econômica, social para essas pessoas e assim a gente atender os indígenas para tirar dessa situação de insegurança permanente que se encontra por conta da atividade ilegal do garimpo, né? Como também a gente garantir que essas pessoas que estão violando direitos possam também receber algum apoio, porque de alguma forma elas também acabam sendo vítimas desse processo, né, dessa falta de oportunidade. Claro que quem está cometendo essa atividade de ali e lucrando com toda essa devastação e com toda essa situação de violação de direitos dos povos indígenas, precisam ser investigados e punidos, penalizados. Mas aqueles que também estão nessa atividade por falta de uma outra alternativa, acho que o Estado precisa dar esse também acolhimento a essas pessoas. E assim a gente evita o retorno. Além de manter a fiscalização permanente em todas essas áreas, né, para evitar o retorno desses garimpeiros para o território indígena. E aí, finalizo dizendo que é importante garantir também esse apoio ao projeto de vida, aos planos de gestão ambiental e territorial dos povos indígenas. E esse GT pode, obviamente, discutir também essa questão da
issues, so we do a follow-up between the ministries.
muchísimo tiempo y con un impacto que no solamente individual, sino colectivo, de qué propuestas o qué ideas sobre la reparación podían dar. Y el segundo tema que me parece muy importante es el impacto en materia...
It's an impact in relation to freedom of religion and belief, and how the situation of violence has affected both individually and collective the culture and the social fabric of the peoples. In the case of the state, we are clear, based on what the minister stated, what the stand is in terms of this temporary framework. Because even though that ruling took place, we understand that there is an extraordinary relief that has been established, and we need to generally. So the question is, what expectations or what impact may this ruling have, in a way that it could be extended to the entire region? So what's the impact in terms of the state fulfilling that ruling. First, thank you. In terms of this information, we're very clear what the petitioners are bringing forth, the demand of a merit report to listen to this petition that has been on our hands for a while. I would like first to request the state, well, first my recognition, my congratulations, because Brazil has a new formula in terms of managing this problem, particularly that of indigenous peoples. In my condition as a rapporteur in charge of indigenous peoples issues, even though we're clear in terms of what we're supposed to base our decisions on, and that the temporary frame has set forth, and that this can be applied when it comes to Raposa do Sol. I would like to know if the state has a more specific idea about the impact of said application or implementation, of the temporary framework, on rights, which even though are very specific to territorial issues, this decision does affect fundamentally the right to self-government, to self-determination, among other rights. So the impact that it has, specifically that this decision has on the application of the thesis of the temporary framework, particularly when applied to the case that we're here discussing today. One more second, Commissioner, because I would like to also mention that the state has recognized that it's going to be looking for the formula to answer this issue in a comprehensive fashion. And for the petitioner, I would like to know not just the time that all this analysis, the analysis of this case has taken, but for what more than 30 years has been taking place in terms of the impact of all these measures in terms of demarcation, right to demarcation, of land titling, and what that has in fact meant. So now that you have this thesis on this temporary framework. Thank you, Madam President.
Frustrations, and will respond to that. And I also would like to appreciate the input of the minister, and also appreciate the commitment of the state to address and repair the historical disadvantage, exploitation, marginalization, inequalities, all the words that we want to use to describe the situation of indigenous peoples in Brazil and indeed all across the regions. I have two questions, and I think they are for the petitioners. I wanted to, you spoke about, Mr. McKay, the arbitrariness of the 19 conditions, but I also want to understand better the identification of 1988 as a time frame. Where did that 1988 come from? And how did the use of that time frame affect the demarcation exercise from the point of view of the rights of territory of indigenous peoples? And lastly, has that demarcation been accepted? Thank you very much.
Thank you. I invite Commissioner Hernandez.
Gracias, presidente. Muy concreto para el Estado, si pudieran compartir con
the actions that the state, the executive, has developed to carry out the demarcation and land titling of the territories of indigenous peoples. Again, on the specific case that we're dealing with today, not in general, but specific efforts in terms of land titling of the entire territory, independently of the thesis of temporary framework. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam President. And for the sake of time, perhaps
¿Cuáles han sido las medidas?
preservation of the lands of Raposa Terra do Sol. So if we can find out what measures have you taken in this regard. And another question for the state is there any sort of plan from the state to prevent, to avoid violence against indigenous peoples, particularly at the border with Venezuela and Guyana? So if you can please send us such information. Thank you. First, thank you very much for this possibility to have this dialogue. I do understand Portuguese, but I don't speak it very well, therefore I will be speaking Spanish. So first, this is the first time I'm speaking today, so I'd like to congratulate women for their International Women's Day. And this case, to me, is one that is very complex, one that can technically be considered a structural one in nature, one in which we're not talking about simply about threats to those specific areas, but several issues: prior informed consent, demarcation of territories, environmental protection, territorial problems, frontier-related problems. And the issue is that structural cases don't have a single solution. There's not a panacea. I'm sure that, as a matter of fact, that no one really here has a single solution to all those issues. So those are structural issues that are very specific because they imply an interaction. The interaction is needed from the petitioner side, for the state, and third parties too. Like in this case, they play a very important role because many of them come from those sectors and live under threat and so forth. So I believe something very clear here is that there is willingness from the state to recognize rights. However, the biggest complexity here is to determine what are the structural measures that must be taken in order to have a better protection of said rights. And the case is ever more complex because it not only implies the government to take some measures or decrees, right? But also laws, oftentimes, and the implementation of judicial rulings. So I would like to ask both parties the following question is if you can foresee a mechanism of meaningful engagement. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. So strong involvement, meaningful involvement in which the state can speak with the community and sit down together with other government authorities who also have jurisdiction over this issue at different levels, including the federal one, of course, and some legislators, in addition to some third parties that are affected or under threat, and the companies, hydroelectric project ones, related ones, so that together you can design a plan which can create a structural solution for all. So that's a question. I understand that this is very complex, but I think it's a just question to ask, and I think it would be very helpful. Thank you very much, Madam President. I'd like to thank both the Brazilian state and the petitioner party for being here present. I wanted to detail a couple things that I find important for the analysis in this matter. You could reply now or within the framework that the President will state. First, for the petitioner party, in relation to the territory, the reivindicated one, if you can please detail if everything was understood within the demarcation and the title note, if there was an extension in terms of the territory that was not included as part of the temporary framework. So if you can please clarify that further. And to the state, we take note and it had been stated, well, the minister stated that this has to be done within the framework of the international framework. So is that understood in relation to this case? So in terms of responsibility by the government and in terms of the application of that thesis? So that is very important for the Commission, for our analysis in our reporting. So if you can please include that in what you're going to be submitting in writing. Thank you very much. Good morning. Thank you very much for all the information submitted today. And I'd like to exhort you, given that the form that we have, a report that we have from 2010, and in this case seems to involve economic rights, social and environmental ones also, to please include your complementary observations in relation to those rights that you have mentioned today, this morning, again, to healthy environment, to water, to food. Those are, well, at least the ones I have heard. And also in terms of the application of standards, human rights standards on companies, as well as the potential hydroelectric project. Thank you very much.
special ceremony for International Women's Day before this hearing. We had no time, but we're hoping to do it before the next plenary this afternoon, because it is very important that women serve the entire community and the world. We must acknowledge this. So, thank you so very much. This meeting is at an end. I beg your pardon. Thank you to the interpreters. You've had a rough stretch. Thank you.
Thank you.